Hello, everybody, and welcome back to TPK Roleplay. I will be your GM for the evening. I will introduce myself in a moment, but I want to introduce you all first to some, I'm sure, familiar faces. So let's go around really quick, starting with Sarah.
Hello, I am Osara Spranko, and tonight I will be playing Agatha Karina Larkwood, who is an Asimir sorcerer. I'm assuming we're going now to the Zool.
Yes. I think you're muted.
Oh, newbie error. I'm Zool. I'm sitting on the other side of the screen tonight, which is awesome. I will be playing Menyon Vale. Most rangers find comfort in the wilds, but Menyon finds comfort in the roads that link one town to the next. And I'm looking forward to this.
Going over to Bright.
Hi, everybody. My name's Bright, and tonight I will be playing Guillermo Guy Nadia, simple financier and accountant living in Hearthmesta, North Mestia. And with that, I will turn it over to Brian W. Foster.
Well, hello everyone. I am Turk or Turk Ascended, and I'll be playing Oliver Turnpin, cleric of the Scalekeeper, and general follower of laws and rules. Mostly wearer of hats, rider of horses, writer of notes.
And I am your GM, Tyrant. You can find me on Twitter at Dr. Tyrant. This is my first, I think, first game period back since I've been off to law school. So this is interesting. Or maybe I think we may have ended Altered Carbon in that time period, but. It's been a long ride, but I am so glad to be back to share this interesting adventure with all of you. Just a disclaimer. The inspiration behind this one shot was actually from a TikTok that I cannot find. So I cannot find it. I have no idea where it went. So I'm just putting it out there. There's someone who did a TikTok about what's happening here tonight, and I rolled with it. So thank you so much to anonymous person. But with that, our players and our characters have been introduced to you all. So let's jump in to tonight's game. Welcome to The Curious Case of the Murderous Jelly Jar. So first off, I want to say that everyone here has been traveling from their respective homesteads, large cities, small towns, after receiving word from a frontier town named Salven. Very quick wording. It essentially just said, help, there's been a murder. Send your best detectives, send your most inquisitive adventurers, any who can stomach strangeness. That was pretty much it. There was no offer of reward, but just the sudden abruptness either enticed you individually to figure out what happened, or definitely enticed your superiors to send you out on this mission. So however you have kind of coalesced into this group, I think, David, you were going to be their guide along the road from some sort of kind of last stop town out into the Elaine Frontier, the large wilderness that has sprung up because of the large destruction.
Yes, absolutely. So this is kind of post-apocalyptic D&D Civilization has been brought back from the brink. A town like Salven, so remote, connected, I assume, by a single road. Is that correct?
Yes. If not, it could just be a small goat path at this point. With the rampant regrowth of the area and the desolation that happened before it, who knows what you may be going out to find.
A road is a road, but rumors of murder and strangeness, well, that has a tendency to isolate a town. And in these times, towns cannot afford to be isolated. So yes, of course, whatever inspectors plan to solve this murder, I will get them there, so long as they don't leave the road.
Very good. And I actually wanted to read something that, listen, it's been a long day, but we're getting through it. I wanted to read something for the viewers so that they have a little bit more context of what we are getting ourselves into. 30 years ago, the group of adventurers known across the land as the Eight halted the progress of the exponentially quickening cell death of the prime material plane as the heart of the negative plane imploded and began to seep through the veil. I should say. This cataclysmic event is commonly referred to as the Inversion. The Inversion reached a near point of no return before Elaine Bell, the Ranger, sacrificed herself to heal the veil. The 7 surviving members returned to civilization exalted as heroes before splitting apart and moving on with their lives. The Elaine Frontier is the land that was corrupted and destroyed by the Inversion. The land is named after Elaine Bell, the Ranger member of the Eight, in honor of her valiant sacrifice to stop the catastrophe. In the 30 years since the Inversion, the land has begun to regrow and gain color again. The towns and cities that once stood there slowly regaining their livelihoods. Salven, one such frontier town, is near the edge of the Inversion's effect. This town has regrown quickly in recent years, defying the lingering hold of darkness. And so you kind of have a vague understanding of what Salven is, and you may have remembered it, depending on how old all of you are, from before the Inversion. The town's name has not changed, and it was a town before it was destroyed in the cataclysm. But it is hailed as almost a beacon of hope for the effects of the Inversion. Definitely in a sense that if this town can regrow so quickly, maybe others can as well. So the fact that there is a murder in this town and things are going awry definitely lends credence to people sending you here or you wanting to come out here yourself. So, all of you have met up at some point, and with Minion Bale as your guide, you begin traveling the week and a half journey from the next largest point of civilization to the town of Salven. I want everyone to, in whatever order they want, just kind of describe what their character looks like, what your character is like, and how this journey is treating you. Are you a fan of the wilderness? Are you going out here not on your own volition and not exactly enjoying yourself? How is that treating you? Whoever wants to go ahead and start.
I'll drive that horse. Guy is in his late 50s, very simply dressed, a low-cut V-pointed shirt with graying hair and a gray strip down the center of his long black beard. Small glasses at the end of his nose. Very unassuming demeanor. He's very wiry, thin, a little short. But he's just kind of enjoying the scene. What's the weather like today, Ty?
Today, It has been raining for the last couple of days. A very light misting. Today, though, it has let up. And while it is still cloudy out, there is no rain.
Okay, then yeah, guy's not having a great time right around now. I mean, if we ask him, he would say, "Oh well, the rain recently has just been acting up, and it's really been affecting my sciatica lately. So I'm I'm uncomfortable in all sorts today. But I'm coming along on this journey because I'm, you sedentary life at a desk for the most of your life, and so you find yourself very good at the word games and the crosswords that are in your town's local gazette up in Hearth Mesa, North Monestia, where I'm from. I just figured I'd get a little pep in my life. Some people told me that I should come on down here. I heard it's a murder mystery theater. And if they say you're very good at the word games, maybe you should head on down and take a look and see if you can't solve the murder before it finishes. And so that's what I'm here for.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was the question you asked me again there, young feller? That was kind of a wild ride I took you on there. I'm sorry for all the twists and turns in my story.
I asked how you were today.
Oh, I've been better. Been worse too, though.
Well, we'll see about changing that, I suppose. I'll jump in next. That's all right. Oliver Turnpin's is in his early 30s, clad in some travel wear, the Scale Keeper's Order, lawful, law-abiding group there to worship one of the 10 gods. He kind of works as an intermediary between the Scale Keepers and the Peacemakers, but he's got a younger face, bearded, but keeps it as shaved as possible on the road. Has his hat, of course, and always has a trusty rope by his side and keeps the crossbow not loaded, but close. Road's been affecting him in regards to his overall demeanor. Usually, when he started the journey, it was much cleaner, but now it's all gone to pardon the language, but it's all gone way of the Chaos Bringer. He's there, of course, because this town's Salven's fine example of upstanding civilization in the Waste, and we got to connect that to the capital. Got to make sure they see Scale Keeper's way, and help them folks well. Scale Keeper's about justice, keep things right.
Go ahead, Sarah.
All right. So while these two are having a conversation, Agatha will be off to the side, trying to keep her very full skirts from getting tangled in the brambles, and just muttering under her breath as she tries to pull this like hoop skirt through the actual like brush. She's in, I don't know, probably her late 40s, just starting to kind of show age in her face with some smile lines. Though spending time with her, you are realizing that they are not smile lines, they are frown lines. Her hair is a very intense white, and she has a gold circlet around her head. And as she kind of stumbles through the brush, she'll look at Minion and say, I say, you're quite certain that we must be going in the brush? There's not a facility here anywhere remotely close.
So Minion is sitting there cutting pieces of meat with a dagger, staring at these people, wondering how on earth they survived the inversion. But Elaine Bell gave her life for them. So I must protect them. I'll look at her and I'll go, we're not in the brush. We're on a road. I know it may not be cobblestoned like the roads that you're used to, but you see this trail of dirt with the grass, these two furrows of dirt where the grass does not grow, that is a road. These are not the ones.
Mr. Turpin, I am afraid that our guard has simply been outside for too long and has a case of the sunstroke. He has simply does not recognize what a bush is anymore, and I will need someone to inform some kind of committee of this oversight.
Well, we'll have reports back to the guild when everything's done. So if you want to include that in a written summary, I'd be happy to send it along.
Well, yes, but would you please include that the faces would also like to start an independent query?
The faces?
Yes, faces.
Which faces?
Good heavens. Have you not heard of faces? The
No,
Frontier Agency for Children and Endless Support, of course.
My lady,
Of course, those faces.
regardless of faces or your thoughts of my guiding skills, Salven.
Oh, I'm just worried that you've been out too long. You said that that's not a bush. That's very clearly a bush. There's even berries on it, which you did yell at me earlier not to make tea from, and I am quite grateful.
Sorry, when you said bush, I thought you were talking about the general locale, not that specific bush.
Oh, no, definitely that bush.
What is it about the bush?
Well, you said I had to relieve myself behind the bush, and I was just wondering if perhaps there were not some sort of other accommodation.
Listen, I can. Do you see any other type of accommodation? If you like.
No, that color me quite confused, and that's to why I am here.
Well, I pray to his 10 gods that you're here to solve a murder. I'm going to get you to Salven. What goes for civilization in these parts? There, you'll find a bed and chamber pots to your liking, I am sure. But for now, the bush will have to do.
Well, if that is simply the case, I will require everyone's handkerchiefs, please. I simply didn't bring enough for this level of
like
ruffling.
someone who carries a handkerchief.
Oh, you simply must here. In fact, you know.
I'll take a half bloody rag that I used to probably killed a rabbit or something earlier that I used to wipe down my crossbow bolts earlier, and I'll hand it to her.
Good heavens! You really should see a doctor about this. And she'll gently lay it on a rock and then just say, I will take care of myself, if that needs be. And she will go off to find a restroom.
Doctor, that ain't my blood.
Yes. Look, you can afford to be a bit nicer to her.
My job is to get you there alive. Your job is to see that justice is done once we get there. As for you, crosswords, and I couldn't understand half of what you were saying, but you seem like you're smart. How many languages you speak?
Oh, just the same as anyone else who's attended a public schooling in North Ministia. I know Common, I know Upper Common, and I know my P's and Q's and please and thank yous.
That's like one too many languages for me.
Well, all right, okay. That
Just
Minion.
Just speak common.
Upper Common? I never heard of it.
Minion. Make a perception check for me, please.
All right. Perception
As the person officially leading the party.
All right. First roll of the night. My perception is not that good. I'm shocked. D&D Beyond. What did you do to me? All right. 16.
16. You have been traveling the wastes of the Inversion and the Elaine Frontier for a long time. And the dangers that you find here typically have heightened your senses to the point where you can generally pick out dangerous situations. And it is in this moment, as you are leading your party down this side road that you know to lead towards Salven, that you feel a little prickle on the back of your neck.
Okay.
Something is watching you.
Okay, where is Agatha? Is she gone?
She wouldn't be too far. She's
Okay.
probably like just gone off the side of the road and would probably be returning. Yes, just be wary over here. There seems to be a very rude lizard of some kind. Does not respect personal space.
Just carry on the conversation like we were, and I'm going to actually spend would it be so for example, have I traveled this way before?
I would say once or twice. Yes.
Do I know what like is this area known for anything in particular?
Two things. Well, go ahead and make me a history check.
Oh,
A few years ago, some people came in here and like saved the world or something.
So so as opposed to me making a history check, I turn to Guy and I say, "Is this area known for anything?" You must have read something before you left.
Hey, Guy.
I'm sorry. What's going on? I was lost in a thought about my Uncle Lou. I'm sorry. What were you saying?
Did you read any books on this area before you left?
Oh, I read plenty of books.
And
I read to my children every day and
Know
night.
a story about your children or your uncle. What is known to be in this area? Beasts, monsters.
Well, I imagine anything you can't handle yourself. It's probably just the run of the standard picadillo, like the wolf and maybe a bear or two, but not too many that would prevent us from having a good time on this area tonight.
I'll just walk away.
You know, I did see a very, very strange lizard. I encouraged him to take a picture as it would last longer, but then I remembered it was a lizard. But he was quite rude, and perhaps that is what our poor friend, our poor sun-soaked friend is suffering from.
Does Oliver, what do you carry for weapons, Oliver?
I got myself a longbow and
Longbow, or I'll say
a rope.
I'll walk by you and just kind of under my breath so as not to startle the two academics. I'll be like, we're being watched.
And David, what's your preferred enemy again?
I had chosen. I'd asked you about monsters. You said undead were fairly common, so I chose them.
Okay. So, regardless of whatever history roll you make, you know that in general, the Elaine Frontier, because of the Inversion, undead are pretty rampant.
Okay.
And so it kind of is a mix between the lingering effects of the Inversion that creates the undead, just kind of dispersed along the area. And then a mix between that and what you would typically have found in these areas before the Inversion. And
I think I'll spend a spell slot and do Primeval Awareness. So that would allow me to detect undead within a mile and up to 6 miles in my favorite terrain, which is the road. So essentially, both ways along the road, it would be 6 and then a mile off the road.
Oh, okay. That's really neat. So just within a mile and then within 6 miles along the road?
6 miles up and down the road and then a mile to either side of the road.
So along the road, you actually don't detect anything.
Okay.
And you are traveling, just going to give you a frame of reference, you're along this kind of beaten off, this path that's kind of off the road. Off to your left is kind of some crops, some fields where there's and hay. To your right, a little bit more distant off, you see there is a tree line. And that's kind of where Agatha has wandered off near as well. And as you're looking around you, trying to determine whether or not there's anything within a mile or so, you do notice there is a ping. Less of a ping and more of a you're glancing through the tree line and you see two kind of bright red orbs. Eyes.
That's not good. All right, crossbow comes up. I'll say, Oliver, tree line.
What? And I'll ready the longbow. Shut.
Agatha, whether you're finished or not, get back here.
Well, I'm most certainly finished. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't. That wouldn't be quite rude.
As soon as you alert, and you can kind of see the silhouette. It is humanoid, and lanky, and the face almost looks snout-like.
Okay.
But it's more of a lithe figure, and you kind of, with your knowledge and with your role, with your knowledge of the area, you might determine that this might be a gnoll of some kind.
No. Okay.
But whatever it is definitely undead. And as you alert, it just backs up and recedes into the forest.
I'll turn to, I'll give a sideways glance to the guy, and I'll be like, don't you die on me, old man. Things are about to get complicated.
Oh, wow. Now, why would you say something so cryptic and scary?
Let me spell it out
Like,
for you. We're being hunted.
By what?
Oh, you work the show.
It
You're
does-
part of the theater. Oh, that's very good.
It doesn't
Very
matter
good,
what it
Mr. Bale.
was. It's undead now. Therefore, it exists for only one purpose: to extinguish our life. Do you get it, old man? This thing exists to turn you into what it is. We best get moving. What time of day is it?
It's about midday, but it is a little darker because of the clouds.
Yeah, we best get moving. Night will be on us soon enough.
Okay, Mr. Bale, I'll be very close to you. Ooh, very, very scary.
Does
Great
Guy
job.
have any obvious weapons?
Guy?
Yeah.
Guy has you see like a leather case on his belt that he wears, and it's like a Swiss Army knife kind of thing that he carries with him.
And
Yeah.
Agatha, does Agatha have a staff or anything? Or
She actually, on her person, she has like a luggage with her, and you've seen her rummaging through it on several occasions. So she's kind of dragging it down the road, and you saw that there was a crossbow.
oh,
tucked away. You would have seen.
you went up. I'm a crossbow person. You went up a notch in my book. So
Well.
I'm just going to give you a look, and I'll say, I hope that's not an antique and is in working order, because you might need it. As for you,
Okay.
old man, I'll take a hatchet and chop down like a small tree. Take my I'll say, hand me a knife.
My knife?
Yeah, your knife.
Oh, all right. Well, be careful. It was my
Yeah, yeah.
grandfather's and his grandfather's
And I'll-
and his
Make the end pointy, hand him the knife. I'll add the knife, and I go, this is for cutting food, useless for pretty much everything else. This
his grandfather's and his grandfather's.
this stick, you keep that between you and whatever's trying to kill you. Let's move.
Oh, all right. Yeah.
This does seem rather serious, Mr. Bale. Perhaps we could parlay with these undead beings. Perhaps they are just could benefit from some sort of livening up of spirits, you know. Perhaps some kind of get-together or community event.
Perhaps Guy could tell them a story about his uncle or his kids.
Well, you know, he was telling me
Or-
about his uncle earlier, and it was quite lovely. So
What
perhaps,
public school is?
More
Did you
with
say
it.
you were from?
pardon.
Lady, the knoll, or that thing is undead now, but even in life, it was a hunter. It's going to be on our trail. It's not going to negotiate or parley. It's going to try and eat us.
Well, now see, that's exactly you're setting yourself up for failure, young man, because you are limiting yourself. You are creating artificial ceilings in which you'll never surpass the way you are now because you are limiting yourself into a box. Perhaps
If
you
I
are
could
correct.
perhaps push us along to town where we wouldn't be hunted and we can drop some
Let's,
melodramatic and
Let's move.
stop equipping people with sticks.
Perhaps he's just the new mayor. We never really know now, do we? A welcoming committee of sorts. Best
mayor.
not to make assumptions.
I will have them go ahead. I'm going to fall back. I'm not leaving sight. I'm just going to be like 20, 30 feet behind, hoping that if the knoll attacks, it will attack me because I'm alone, or I'm separated from the group.
Agatha's gonna move ahead on the road, just with her trunk, kind of pulling behind her, trying to keep her skirts held up as high as she can off the dirt road.
Ms. Larkwood, please don't go running off now. Come on. All together.
I don't believe. Excuse me, young men. Has the sun also fried your brain? Because this is not even remotely close to running. This is perhaps a light stroll.
More of a
I swear.
metaphorical. And I wear a hat, so I don't get frightened.
Metaphor? What a strange time for a metaphor. Didn't you hear, Mr. Bell? We are being hunted. Now is not the time for poetry. Perhaps later, though.
Less talking, more walking. I'll yell from 30 feet back.
All right, so everyone is continuing on towards the town, leaving the threat of whatever that was back in the forest behind you. You continue on, and it takes you about another 2 hours or so before you reach the town itself, but you are not attacked in that time. For those of you who are perceptive enough, if any of you has 14 passive perception or higher.
Just missed it with a 13.
Okay.
Guy's sitting on a healthy 15.
Okay, so Guy.
Got me a 17.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, nice.
Those of you who are higher than a 14, you will notice that it is eerily quiet. Even just along the road, you would expect to hear some sort of bird calling from the forest, or the skittering of rodents in the fields to your left, but you don't. So take that as you will. But you continue on, you make it to the town, and it is very much, you would expect to find a lot of Mr. Turpins in this town. It's very frontier-y, very Old West saloon-y. It's the best way I can describe it, guys. Kind of new. But you find your way in, and there is this large central thoroughfare that kind of breaks off into two different sides. On the left, you do see a inn tavern that looks like there's some sort of activity going on in there, but not a ton. And you do see there are numerous alleyways and side streets that kind of go off into different residences and shops and stuff like that off of the main road. On the main road itself, you can determine that there is an inn, there is a general goods store, and a blacksmith. Those are the main shops of interest that you can immediately identify. At the very end of this long procession, there is a larger building. You're not entirely sure what its purpose is, but you can ascertain that it's either a temple of some sort, or possibly the townhouse of some sort of mayor or official. They're kind of synonymous in this sense. Less so in the Elaine Frontier, but from where all of you are from, the Order of the Peacekeepers, the theocracy that kind of controls the land, religion and government are very tied together. So this is where you're at. You look around and you don't see anyone immediately. It's not quiet though. It's not the dead silence that you've been experiencing for the last few hours. There's just no one out and about. So.
Well, I don't see anyone really out and about, so I suggest that we find accommodations. Perhaps we could freshen up a bit. I know Mr. Turpin is, well, I hope that your mother did teach you to wash behind your ears. And if not, you should definitely begin to do thusly. But I shall be going there now, and then perhaps we could meet up with the law enforcement.
I was just gonna head there, make sure we get someplace to stay, but is that bad?
Rule number 1, never expect accommodations, because they will always get you with the cruddiest rooms. If you want to sleep and actually have a decent evening and a fine dinner, then you will make accommodations yourself, go to them and ask that they reimburse you.
That sounds a bit pushy, especially if we're just here to help.
Help doesn't come free.
Well, you're all welcome for getting you here alive.
Thank you, Mr. Bale. It is appreciated.
Yeah, I apologize if I got a bit harsh on the road.
Oh, it's
Oi.
quite all right.
It's fine by me. Would you like your stick back? You went through all the trouble of making it. I assume you'd want to keep on to it. It's fine craftsman work there. Probably no small part due to my grandfather's 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 Swiss Army knife.
Yeah.
But, well,
I'll,
you're very skilled with it. I will tell you that much right there.
I'll nod and it's just kind of gesture for people to walk on, and then I'll just chuck the stick. And if I've been here before, I will lead them to whatever serves as an inn, if there is one.
Yeah, up on the left, you see an inn that just says Salven Inn. And you walk up to it. It is a little... It's not necessarily ramshackle, but you can definitely tell that it's more utilitarian and functional than it is supposed to be this presentation of the town's culture or anything like that. You walk in, and there are the obligatory saloon doors that you swing open to enter, and it is... well, not entirely inhabited. There's a barkeep that is behind a bar, just kind of polishing glasses almost monotonously. And there's one or two other patrons just deep in their drink.
Well, I'm sure we'll find ourselves some fine rooms here then.
Excuse me, sir. Pardon, excuse me. Yes, you, the one attending to the alcohol. Yes, you, sir. Hello. We are travelers, and we are here to help the community at large, but we are seeking accommodations. Do you have rooms for, I believe there should be 4 of us.
Yeah, I got rooms for you.
Might I ask the last time that the sheets were turned down?
I don't understand why you would need to turn down sheets.
But no, it's, well, to get inside of them and to check for insects and other disease-causing rodents. But the fact that you don't know this, I find quite alarming. So we will need that to happen.
You watch as his hand slaps the counter and grabs a cockroach that has been crawling across the counter, and he just kind of...
Oh, good heavens. Gross.
Pizza. Oh, very good. They are an excellent source of protein, but do carry very many skin conditions, so you should be very careful with what you do. I can see that Faces has yet to start up a chapter here. So, in fact, we will just take those 4 rooms and make do.
All right. That'll be 4 copper.
Oh, most certainly. And Agatha, without hesitation, will hand 4 copper. She's, yes, and we will.
Room
Yes, that's fine. That is quite all right.
4 copper.
Excuse me 1 second there, Agatha. Guy wants to lean in very like over the bar in kind of the bartender's space. When I spoke to the traveling lady, she didn't include the price of the rooms. Is there a way that I can upgrade to like the nicer rooms? And if the others want a nicer room, 4 copper's not very much, but like if you have nicer rooms for us, I would gladly pay the upgrade fee.
You see this large, and I haven't been able to describe him yet because roleplay. This large, disheveled orc man, not half orc, full-blooded orc, turns from Agatha, arm kind of up like this, and just, yeah, I got extra rooms if you want them.
Are they the nicer rooms?
Well, they don't got no turn down service.
How much for the turn down service then? Because I'm a bit squeamish around critters with more than 4 legs. Not including our dog Spiky, who had a 5th leg, incidentally. He's still as cute as a button. No problems with him. But the other ones are kind
You
of...
want me to come up to your rooms and perform some services for you?
You'll pay extra.
I would love if you would come up and service me. And our guests, all of our guests. I
don't believe I would be
more
needing
than
that
happy
service.
to pay
I'm
the upgrade
good.
charge.
No.
Is that
Are you
spot
sure?
on the floor by the fireplace? Taken? If not,
It's on me. It's no trouble at all for me to pay for this fine gentleman to service you.
It's it's the troubles for me. I'm very individualistic.
I don't know if I can
Scalekeepers.
service more than just one. Bob. You see one of the patrons off in the corner just. What do you want? You think you can help me service some folks?
Boy, I say if you both are going at it, it's gonna go a lot quicker. That's for sure.
I mean, if the price is right, Phil. Yeah, I think.
Is this really your hiring strategy? It's no wonder that you are short-handed. You simply cannot just ask random people to begin to work at your establishment. I will be taking my room key, please.
I'll get your trunk.
Yes, thank you. And Mr. Bale, I do believe you mentioned earlier sleeping on the floor, and I do believe that I have sussed out your problems. You have not had a good night's rest sleeping on these very neglected surfaces. Perhaps you would be better suited risking it in one of these rooms. Service or no?
Perhaps you're right. I'll get that trunk. I'll turn to Turpin and I'll say, once we get settled, someone should inquire about the murder. And I'll say I say that loud enough so that the bartender and the patrons hear when I say murder, because I want to gauge their reaction.
It's like a record scratch.
Oh, okay.
Almost. Like, obviously not, but it's... The room goes quiet. The bartender, Phil, just kind of sets his jaw and looks at you. So y'all hear about the murder?
In fact, we are here to help put a conclusion to its thread.
Do you have some investment in this?
Get your things up to your rooms, and then Bob here will help you out. He saw it.
Oh, right. Let me get that tab then. And he'll pull up his shirt over a small satchel that he's been carrying very pressed close to his body, a small fanny pack that he'll unzip and reach into and pull one large gold ingot and just set the thing down on the counter with a heavy thud. That's for the services. Thank you so much, and I will appreciate that as soon as you can get to it. You and Bob.
Bears blades, man. You just carry that on you.
Yeah, Phil immediately just snatches it up.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to carry some, like, spending money around with you. I feel it's good to live a little, I guess. And I didn't know if it was an open bar for the dinner tonight. It sounds like the show's already starting, though. Do you think we should stop talking before someone else said we interrupt another scene or something?
Well, perhaps we will be able to see a murder scene shortly. Yes, Mr. Bale, if you wouldn't mind.
I'll get that trunk. I'll say in Orcish to the orc, and I'm paying attention to see whether or not Guy speaks Orcish, because I suspect he speaks a lot of languages. But I will say, you've been paid a fair price. No taking advantage of my travelers, or you'll be dealing with me. Understand?
Gives you a sidelong look and just grunts at you.
And I'll take the trunk up this, where I don't even know if it's a 2-story or a 1-story, but I'll take
it's
it.
The main kind of ballroom area is below,
Yep.
and you see that there are twin sets of stairs that kind of lead up onto a balcony where you do see about 8 to 10 rooms.
Okay.
Mind you, they're not big rooms.
When I go in, I will do a check for critters, rodents, in the room.
Go ahead and make me an investigation check, then.
Investigation check.
Varmints.
Varmints.
Vermits. Yeah, varmints.
How does it look, Mr. Bale? Are there any other guests staying here? I suspect if we're taking bets, and I would never, but I would guess that there's approximately 7 other inhabitants.
Well, if I'm going to fumble, I'm going to fumble on this.
Well, that's a natural one.
Thank you, roll 20.
You don't know what turn down service is. You can imagine that
I'm
it
just
probably has been performed in this establishment.
Those positions.
All right, I'll say everything appears to be in order.
Yes, well, quite. And if you'll excuse me, I will need just a few minutes to
Of course.
freshen up.
If you need me, I'll be downstairs, Evan.
I'll be sure to scream extra loud.
Sure you will. And as I head down the stairs, I will, I feel the urge to sit at the bar and order whiskey or whatever it is.
Yeah, you're more than welcome to. Everybody else gets acquainted with their living spaces. Guy, you actually have been given a key to a room that is a little bit bigger and a little bit nicer. It has a queen size or equivalent bed in there, as opposed to everybody else's not exactly standard size twin beds. So looks like he's treating you a little bit nicer.
Oh, aren't these sheets just darling? Look at this stitchcraft. It's just wonderful. Oh, and they embroidered a little eggplant in the corner. Isn't that nice? That's very sweet. I'm going to go ahead and just sit down first. I'm going to leave the door open to the room just so I can hear when the show's about to start. But he'll sit on the bed and just kind of like put his hands over the sheets, and it's just anybody walking by the room door will hear him just go, oh, oh, like as he's marveling at these sheets. And it'll be about 15 minutes or whenever a noise is made outside the room.
Yeah, Oliver's just gonna dump his stuff in the end trunk there and leave his longbow and strap on the light crossbow, since I totally misread my character sheet. But he's had it all along, of course.
And Guy, you listening for the show specifically, you don't necessarily hear a show per se. But as you all are kind of getting settled down and there's not much else left to do, Phil, the bartender, cleans the rest of his glasses and sits back and just kind of starts to play a slight tune on a bandolier. Just kind of a plucking melody.
On a bandolier.
It's very interesting how you can play it on a leather strap. That's why he's so talented.
That's a very interesting sound that instrument makes.
He's got little holes in it, like the way you can hold your bullets. He just
it's a
woodwind instrument.
Word.
there you go.
Is it a banjo or a mandolin? I'm not sure.
We'll just say it's a banjo because it fits.
Yeah, Agatha's gonna come out of her room after probably about 5-10 minutes. She is still wearing a wide hoop skirt that she has to kind of awkwardly negotiate out through the door. Her hair is now done up, kind of tight, pulled away from her face, and she looks like she has, in fact, kind of washed her face. The features on her face look a little more well-defined as she kind of steps out into the hall and descends down into the main area. Right, yes, well, I'm here to provide endless support, meaning that I'm quite ready to move along and determine what seems to be causing this town so much distress, other than it seems proper irrigation and plumbing.
Mr. Bob, I believe, is a witness. If we could get your testimony.
A witness to what exactly? The murder? Or just, he bears witness?
Bob, who's
both.
A very lanky human fellow. Kind of not well-maintained handlebar or kind of pinned-up mustache. Takes his floppy leather hat off and just kind of puts it to his chest and is kind of curling it with his hands, and he says, well, it was dark and it was about a couple fortnights ago, but I did see some sort of creature attack poor Elias. It was the darndest thing too. I walked up and it was down one of the alleys in back here, and I can show you the alley. It hasn't been touched since then. I don't know how to describe rightly, but he was torn apart, and then all of a sudden the creature just... Elias changed. I don't know what else to say. The creature must have done some magic on him or something, and I don't know. Maybe it'll be best if I just show you what happened. And he kind of leads you around the corner a little bit and back into one of the back alleys, where there's a kind of a 4-alley convergence intersection, and in the middle of it, just blood all over the place. It hasn't been touched, as he said, because he wanted to make sure that you guys were able to do your investigations. But if you see here, there's splatters and splatters where the creature was tearing into him. And
you said he changed into what?
From a human to a liquid by the looks of it.
Well, and he kind of walks up and looks down, and you all kind of gather around behind him, and you look down, and you see in the middle of all of this forensic data, there is a single untouched glass jar of grape jelly.
But what is that? Did he lose his preserves in the attack?
Well,
oh no.
That's mighty uncouth if you missed to make that kind of joke, but this is... I think this is Elias.
What?
You're saying someone tore him apart and turned him into a little glass vial of jelly?
I think so.
Well, let me ask you this. Was Elias one for conversation in, animated form?
I don't know about what you mean.
Was he easy to converse with? A bit of a chin waggler.
He was easy to converse with, yes. He was one of my friends.
Excellent. And have you tried to converse with him thusly?
You're not taking him serious, are you?
Ma'am, this is a jar of jelly. I'm not going to try to converse with a jar of jelly.
How do you know it's
But
jelly?
you insist that it is your friend? This one, Mr. Elias? Is that correct?
I believe so.
And yet, when I made a comment about it perhaps just being a tasty morsel that fell out of his pocket, you attacked my character. And so I will say again, have you tried conversing with your friend, the jelly jar?
No.
Well, it seems like a missed opportunity. And Agatha will, in fact, get down and kind of very delicately lower herself and say, "Excuse me, Mr. Elias, excuse me."
Sarah, can you make a persuasion check, please?
I absolutely can.
I'm going to get down and just
That's a
watch
16.
Natalie. I'm just like kind of fascinated by this whole line of investigation.
Excuse me, sir. Yes, you've been standing in this alley for some time. I'm here to ask questions about who murdered you.
Are you addressing the jelly jar?
I most certainly am.
The jelly jar does not speak back to you.
Well,
You
that's-
know, Agatha, my first instinct when I come upon a jar of jelly isn't to talk to it, it's to taste it.
Well, now, time out. We were told that this was not a normal jelly jar, that it was, in fact, this kind young man's dearest friend. So perhaps we shall act with respect. And she is actually going to point at the jelly jar and cast message. Her understanding being that if it's a creature, it will be able to hear the message.
Mhm.
And she's going to, yes, excuse me, but if you have any sentient life in you at all, I suggest you fall over so that we might know.
No response.
All right, if we could let's allow me to try something real quick. He's gonna get out flip open a little leather case and kind of point at the ground. I'm gonna cast detect magic.
Okay. There is no magic here. Present. You do catch traces of residual magic. But because of the nature of this, and it's been a while, you're not entirely sure what kind of magic it was.
Question.
Or what
Would
the
they be
effect
able
would
to
be.
see magic items that are underneath thin layers of clothing?
Yes.
In that case, right now is when Guy comes out, having like dawdled. He's wearing a new outfit, black socks that go up to under his kneecap, with brown sandals, and a pair of short beige khakis, with a darker V-neck cut shirt. And he comes outside and looks at Turnpin under there and kind of edges closer to Bale and says, "Oh, I'm so sorry I'm late. Why is Turnpin doing the hoodoo around that there jar of jam?"
Because Agatha's conversation with it didn't work.
Perhaps he's just feeling a bit under the weather, as he has been standing outside for
Is it
quite
not
some time.
more likely that someone just dropped this jar of jelly?
Well, certainly,
Yeah.
but again, we should not make any assumptions.
By the
Guy.
look, it's not magical. So it's if he was transmogrified, then he would have had a magical ping to him.
Well then,
Perhaps the condition is permanent.
Not to be a know-it-all or anything like that, but that's definitely jam, not jelly. There is a difference, my good sir.
Agatha's gonna get close to it, and she's gonna turn to Oliver. Mr. Tinpin, you said that was no magical influence on our friend Elias here.
It's not at the moment, and
Not at the current moment.
I'd hesitate to solidly identify the current
Yes, well,
object as our victim.
oh, well, until we have been given other evidence, I will could proceed with caution, as you all seem rather alarmed. And I'm gonna look at this jelly jar and try and see if there are any, like, traps or oddities, understanding that there's no active magical conditions on it.
Mhm.
And if I'm unable to see, like, any, like, traps, I'm just gonna pick it up.
Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation check for me.
Scared. Oh, that's 4.
That's 4.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you look at it, and like it's a jelly jar. I mean, it's most likely not trapped, right?
Mm-hmm. Right. So she'll just bend over and pick it up. It is strange that the grapes in this area are such a peculiar shade.
I petition for inspiration.
I will give inspiration for that. It is. I mean, I agree. I don't know what grapes are like out where you're from, but because of the inversion, it just kind of changed the colors of a lot of different crops and things.
Yes.
Like our corn is purple. It's kind of crazy.
Yes, well, we will need to retain this for evidence. However, it will be treated with as much care as anyone entering under my wardship would be. Perhaps you could tell us the assailant, the one who either left their snack or turned your dear friend into a fruit preserve. Did you happen to see which way they went?
Shadowy creature, right?
He went down. I don't know exactly. It was dark. It went down this alley here, and he points down, kind of towards the point in town where, like, it would end in the temple or like town hall area, like that direction
kind of towards
of town.
like the town square, but like outside. Okay.
Yeah. But it's like and if you kind of look and you look around some corners, the town, the center road of the town is pretty much the only open space. The rest of the town is just these crisscrossing, intersecting alleyways and whatnot. So you would assume that anything trying to get away would run, down one of these alleyways anyway. So.
Are there any tracks?
You want to make a survival check for me?
Yep, I'll crouch and just kind of take a look. All right. 19.
19. You kind of get low, and as Agatha is picking up this jelly jar, you take a moment to just kind of huddle around the displaced area, and you do see faint specks of blood kind of being carried in weird patterns off in a direction, and as your eyes kind of follow that direction, you do notice a little ways down in some mud, there is a pretty nice preservation of a footprint. Specifically, a footprint.
Oh, like a human foot.
Like
No shoe.
no shoe. Humanoid in appearance, kind of elongated foot.
What do you make of this? I'll point at the track.
Oh, God, it is one hell of a footprint there.
Make a hell of a cast. But that could be a lead as to what our culprit. Could be assailant, attacking creature.
It wouldn't be a knoll footprint, would it?
With that survival check and your knowledge of the area, you could surmise that this probably is a null footprint.
Oh, no. I don't think it was a coincidence, our encounter on the road. That thing that was watching us, that might be our murderer. Might. Still doesn't explain the jar, though. I ain't never heard of a undead knoll turning someone into jelly.
Perhaps it is a hobby of theirs. Preparing, for the next inversion, you can never have too much food storage. However, Bob, I do have a question. Did Elias have any scruples with his fellow townspeople? Anyone, perhaps there was an upcoming fair and he was going to be presenting his finest livestock of some kind and needed to be removed from the competition. Those sorts of tasteless acts.
Elias was one of the more well-known and well-liked individuals in the town. He didn't really have any enemies. In fact, he even got along with Jerry. Jerry's our de facto leader, I should say. We don't rightly have a mayor or anything like that, but Jerry's...
I will make a note of that in my report.
He's grumpy as hell, and he still liked Elias, so...
Continue, Mr. Tunpin.
Real quick, what were you doing at the scene of crime that you were able to catch sight of this?
Well, I was taking a leak.
A leak? As someone growing onions on their porch? You were just absconding.
He was relieving lower intestinal pressure.
You see, I was drunk, and I had just lost a hand of cards to Phil, and so I went outside and I decided to leave myself in one of the alleyways. Piss over Phil's property. But then
small acts of vandalism are quite a way to relieve the losing of monetary value in a game of cards.
Right. Anyway, that's when I came across this here alleyway and saw the creature.
Did it have red eyes?
You know what? I do think it did. Apologies. Smaller detail in my mind than the jelly.
Yes, it is rather distracting, though I will say the consistency is rather nice. It has, you can see that individual, that this is definitely homemade, not by any of these newfangled machines. But listen,
I don't think you should refer to them as such. I don't care who made it. You don't call people names.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
Do better, Agatha. It's beneath you.
Yes, you are correct. You have my sincerest apologies. However, I will ask, did your friend call out anything? Or did he go silently into that? Well, it seems that this is some kind of messenger.
Well, I do remember hearing some scuffle, but I don't remember hearing any screams.
No cries for help. Confessions of immorality.
Well, no.
That is rather strange. If someone, cannot speak for you, gentlemen, but if I was being ripped asunder and then reincorporated as a fruit preserve, I might have a few words to say about it.
Well,
I personally think I'd be speechless.
I hardly think that's fair. I mean, if you look at most people who die in traumatic ways, I feel like sometimes they just don't like to, they can't. Listen,
Bob, now listen to me here. It is all right for any one person to take up any amount of space that they are accustomed to. I will not have you watch you belittle yourself here in the alleyway where your best friend was potentially murdered. Now, do you happen to know what he might have been doing out at that hour in this alley? Where he might have been going, if there was anyone he might have seen.
right now I don't reckon his house is along the ways down the ways. And he points in the opposite direction of the further on town hall area. So I don't know. Maybe he was trying to. I don't know. He had some midnight gallivanting, maybe.
Was there anyone that he was close to? Anyone? Do we know who saw him alive last, perhaps?
Well, I think probably me.
Even before
Even
this
me.
incident?
Oh,
Early in the day, perhaps?
I rather have no idea.
The last time you
Is-
saw him, I'm sorry, Mr. Tenpin, and I will turn this over to your line of questioning. But the last time you saw him not in this alleyway, unless it was in this alleyway, in which case that is unfortunate. However, the topic of conversation, did he seem rather himself? Was he obsessed with any new sort of rituals, books, you know?
I honestly, I don't think. Well, I don't know. I don't think he was acting not himself, but I think him and last time I saw him, it was Sunday brunch with me, him, and Jerry, and they seemed to be getting along just fine. Everything was. See, this is why I rightly understand and why we haven't been able to find a suspect is because Elias was just generally liked, and no one was really acting suspiciously or weirdly. I don't rightly think anyone in this town would have done such a thing.
Does Guy get any weird body language off of this guy, specifically when he mentioned a lot of people who die traumatically tend to not whatever? Like, I want to know if this guy knows more about how people look when they die traumatically.
Yeah, make a perception
feel
check.
like-
Or, you know what? Not a perception. Make an investigation or insight for me, Jesus.
Vibe check.
I can make a stealth or sleight of hand check too. Just throwing it out there. That is a 12.
Well, his body language did change when he was mentioning how people tend to die in traumatic ways. They kind of are quiet and silent in some instances. You don't know exactly what that would mean, his body language changing necessarily, but almost felt like he drew himself up for that comment. You know, like he took a breath. Like indignant.
Then Guy will say, "Boy, it's interesting, sir. This is a great show, by the way. You're doing a wonderful job. But one little point of contention that I just have in your story here is that it's amazing to me that somebody who knows so much and is so intimately familiar with the concept, and not just the concept, but maybe even the practice thereof, or at least the witnessing of death, that you still have time to go to brunch with your homies. That is just... that is wild to me. What about you, Turnpin, Agatha, Bale? Does that seem normal for someone to be having that many conflicting hobbies as brunch, murder? I don't know. I'm just here for the show, but go on. You're doing fantastic.
Well, I did have a brunch planned with the rest of the Board of Faces upon my return, so I don't see it being too far out. However, I do wonder why they would request help from outside sources with someone who was so intimately familiar with these kinds of details. I do believe that my good friend Mr. Nadi here brings up an excellent point.
Well, oh,
Don't we know that the Knoll did it? The
We
only
know
question
that
is, the only question is why the jar of jelly and how?
Mr. Bale, I will again remind you not to limit yourself or the depravity of existence around you. You see, it could very well be that the Knoll has done it. It could very well be that Bob here, in a drunken rage at losing a bout of cards, was jealous that his friend Elias was getting along so swimmingly with Jerry that in a fit of rage he murdered his friend and left the
well,
a
now,
gift.
here.
I'm-
Now, that's
now-
ridiculous.
Is it? Is it? Or am I here to solve a murder? And you have yet to give me any definitive evidence to remove you from the suspect pool. Now, if you have anything, I would love to hear it. But until such time, I'm sorry to say, Bob, you will be considered a potential suspect.
you were at the scene of the crime, and you did have opportunity. Now it's the means and the motive that we're still missing. Now you seem to like Elias, and he does seem well liked. What I'm interested, you said he lived down that way. You had no right idea why he'd be out here at this time of night when he was being ripped apart and shoved into a jar. Did he live with anyone, or is he married, attached in any domestic way?
Elias lived with his parents.
He has parents. Very well. How old was Elias?
Elias, I believe he was coming on 37.
All right. Not a young man. Good that you had all these details down. So you had brunch with Elias and Jerry. All seemed well. You lost a few game of cards. Of course, nothing illegal there other than, perhaps limiting your ingestion of alcohol and gains of chance in the future. Stepped down to the alleyway to have some public indecency charges, which we can't rightly write you up for at this moment, since no one was there to bear witness. And if we brought in everyone like that, we'd have a full goddamn jail system. But then you saw Elias being torn apart, and a jelly jar was present upon his upon leaving. Is that accurate? Wasn't any kind of figure, didn't leave it down? You didn't see him compressed by magical means?
Well, no. Elias was just there one moment, and then he wasn't.
Well, thank you, Bob, for being such an accommodating witness and supplying us with as many answers as we could ask. I do suggest that we begin to chase down other leads at this time. If we have any further questions, I suspect that you will be returning to Phil's establishment, yes?
Oh, well, yes, I frequent Phil's. I'll make myself available.
Excellent.
If you're looking for a character reference for me or for Elias, you might want to seek out Jerry if he's not in one of his moods.
Don't you
Yes.
worry, he's on the list.
Right.
Thank you very much. It is appreciated.
All right. Well, I
So,
bid you adieu.
Say
Thank you
there,
very
Bob,
much.
before you go, really quick, if you don't mind me just, tugging at a few threads here and there and, stripping the meat off this bone with you for just a moment. When you're not out acting and doing just a bang-up job at murder mystery dinners, like, what is it that you do for, like, a living?
What I do for a living?
Yeah, what do you do for a living?
It gets really quiet for a second. And then he just What was your question?
I was just curious as to what a gentleman like yourselves finds himself doing for money when the unappreciated and often looked down upon art of acting is not in your purview or current mindset. What is it that you do?
Absolutely, I'm a carpenter.
You're a carpenter. It's noble work there, Beb. Was Elias in the same line of work?
Elias? No, he was he didn't really do much for work. He kind of helped out
Unemployed.
here and there. More of a handyman, kind of a about the town kind of fella.
He's really pursuing the acting gig, huh?
I suppose.
Yeah, he was acting in good faith, certainly. Right, well, we best be talking to some other witnesses.
Absolutely. You'll find me in Phil's. And he
Excellent.
saunters
Wouldn't doubt
off.
Oh,
Miss.
also one last question, if I may. I'm so sorry, Agatha. It looked like you
Just
were about
one
to
more
say
thing.
something, but this
Oh,
is
you're
just
fine.
itching at my brain like a little bug in my ear. Oh, sorry, give myself the willies. Was Elias particularly good at card games? Were you guys privy to losing to Elias Selak?
Elias? He was about as good or as bad as the rest of us. I mean, if you went back and you looked at our winnings and losings for the last however long, probably be about even. Everyone has their day.
Sorry to keep you. Just I'm an inquisitive bug. I got the itch in me.
No,
It's the
no,
first
sure.
time I've been outside in a long time.
I am at your service, sir. Just if you have any more questions, come find me in Phil's.
Mr. Bale, you seem to be under the impression that the person who perhaps sought our company on the road might be involved. Were we to encounter this individual, is there anything that we would need to be aware of for our own personal safety and hygiene?
Tyrant, can you confirm it was undead? Because I could detect undead.
I can confirm this.
Okay, yeah. I'll say, well, I think it used to be a knoll, which are kind of pack-minded hunters, ferocious. And now that it's dead, well, it's dead. You probably know better than I do how many diseases a dead body carries. Not to mention the disease that gives it the desire to tear out your throat and do this to a man. Now, I don't know about the jelly. Now, the
Well,
jelly
it perhaps has just a really hankering for some excellent toast, you know.
Well, it seems to me like maybe we're talking about two different things. And am I the only one that thinks we should taste it? We don't even know what kind of jelly it is.
I would refrain from ingesting evidence that might also be a person.
I mean, Mr. Bell, you do bring up an excellent question. The color is simply divine. But I will side with Mr. Turnpin here. Simply, in the off chance that this is, in fact, Elias, and he is not dead, but in fact just, taken another shape, I would be terribly, terribly afraid that anything we sampled could not be returned to his form upon reanimation. Perhaps we would steal his childhood memories or his ability to speak. We really can't be sure. It is all sort of goo at the moment.
Perhaps if you just about cracked the lid, you could tell what kind of goo it was.
Perhaps, but...
All right,
It's
I get
not.
your point. If you believe it's used to be a fella, then it used to be a fella.
It
Eating
could
would
be.
kind of be probably a sin of some kind. So, and I don't want
Thou
to cross.
shalt not eat man jelly.
Thou shalt not ingest in flesh. It's
Again.
pretty high up there on the peacemaker's list of
Yeah,
things
we wouldn't
put
want
down by
to.
the scale keeper.
We wouldn't want to cross your 10 gods.
I
All right.
really hate to be a stickler about this, you all, and pardon my language, but that jar is a jar of darn jam, not jelly. If I may, Agatha. And he'll like hold out his hand expecting the jar, and as he takes that jar and he'll switch it around, you see how inside of there's like bits and pieces kind of floating around? Yeah, that's jam. Jelly doesn't have any of that. During the process, you filter all that out. It's just
a person, potentially.
I wonder if it is, though.
No, oh my
Pry
goodness.
it open.
Well, this
Yeah.
is quite the turn of events.
You pry it open,
Mhm.
and the beautiful scent of grapes and lavender hits your nose.
Yep, and it even smells like jam. So that, Agatha, my dear, is man jam.
Well, perhaps. Indeed.
Oh, I'll take it back and screw them back
I
on.
believe
This
you
smells
mind
really nice.
following these tracks to see where they lead.
Well, we do have several leads. We could. The treks seem the most urgent, as we. I mean, I must say, in order for them to keep a crime scene in such pristine condition for several fortnights, is rather impressive. However, I suspect that the treks might be easily lost. We also have Elias's home, where his parents are staying. It is my thought that perhaps Elias has found himself canoodling with a secretive group underneath the underbelly of this town, perhaps benefiting from their social cues and making it him very likable, an advantage even. Leading us to Jerry, not the mayor, but the leader, de facto. Yes, oh, that reminds me, I must add to my correspondence that there is no formal government. Okay. But we could perhaps seek him out.
Oliver, please make a perception check.
Oh, okay. I don't have it all fancy.
Speaking of canoodling, I could really go for some pad thai or maybe some tacos al pastor or something.
11.
I'm a bit peckish.
Sure.
Is that it? All right. If I could, perhaps we might want to split up. Some people go talk to his parents, and others can go convene with the local constabulary as it stands. Might be able to fleece out some more details that way. Come back together, see what we can figure out.
I didn't realize this would be a choose your own adventure kind of thing.
Yeah, I promise you won't miss any details of the show, Mr. D. It'll all be very self-contained. We'll fill you in on any details.
It sounds that Jerry might be a bit a bit
Cantankerous?
difficult. Cantankerous, perhaps. But I seem to have a way with people and making them, talk. So perhaps I should be best suited for that. And someone else could go to the grieving parents of the jelly. I mean, of the person.
Jam.
Agatha,
well, it is a jelly
feel,
jar.
Agatha, you feel something tickle the back of your neck.
Heavens. Can I turn and look?
Yeah, nothing's there.
You forget something at the hotel there, Agatha?
No. I just feel that perhaps the youth here are playing a terrible prank. And she'll look up and just look around. Is there did it feel like a hand or?
No. It's like that kind of prickling sensation of being watched.
I do believe that I'm being watched currently. Well, there's one way to find out. Gentlemen, could you please turn around?
Oliver, how long does Detect Magic stay up?
10 minutes with concentration, which I have been maintaining.
Okay, be realistic with me, everyone. Do you think it's been more than 10 minutes since the beginning of this interrogation?
We had a pretty lengthy conversation.
It's
So
been
I
about
would
17.
either way I could see it, yeah.
Okay.
We've been having this conversation in real time, and it's been about 17, 18 minutes.
Okay.
Mm.
So yeah, that would have faded by now. But carry on, Sarah.
If you wouldn't mind, would you turn around, please?
You think that's safe?
Well,
If
it's
you
quite
are,
necessary. Just turn around so I can make sure that it was someone else and not you, Mr. Turnpin. Every moment that you doubt my motives is a moment that someone is watching me potentially that could be other than you.
I will turn around. Hurt my gaze.
You don't feel anything new, but now you're kind of getting that sinking, kind of anxious feeling of what am I not seeing here? It's not a direct assault on you necessarily, but
Okay.
you're not confident.
Yep. Well, I will add this to my note. Town seems to have no regulations on peeping Tomery. Excellent. Well, I shall be going to see this Jerry. Whoever is welcome to join me. I suspect that the other two should carry on to Elias's home. And I would recommend searching for any shoe boxes under his bed. I have found that is where most youths keep questionable items.
He was 37.
And
And still lived with his parents.
Point taken.
Okay, let me. Oh, go ahead.
I'll follow these tracks, see where they lead.
You're both gonna be heading towards Jerry then. In that case, that was
Yes.
heading towards the middle of town. You might as well posse up.
I think that this is an excellent idea.
Well, Miss Nadie, we are gonna have a chat with some, hopefully not too grieving parents.
Okay,
How's your bedside manner?
so Guy and Oliver are going to speak with Elias's parents, and Agatha and Minion are going to check out the tracks and then head off to see Jerry. Am I getting that right?
Yes,
Okay. First things first.
you're the realist.
First things first, the tracks. Because this will be a little quicker, I think. Minion, make me a survival check again, please.
Okay. 13.
Okay. You follow the tracks for a little bit.
However, is this a road?
It is a pathway. I don't know if I would consider this a road.
I was gonna say my favorite terrain is a road, so I would.
Now hold on. What is a pathway but a small road?
You know what? I'll give you advantage
Yeah,
on that.
point.
That's fine.
Unless
I'm gonna
13
say
is
life,
enough, in which case
but
it
a
doesn't.
highway.
Surely they
Yeah,
can't be any
I'll take the 13.
Yeah. Okay.
I've given my druthers.
The roll 20 gremlins are after me.
You continue on and you follow these tracks for a little bit, and you notice that, one, they're not well defined. The only reason you're able to really see any sort of indentation is because you found the larger. That's too loud.
What did you find?
The better outlined imprint in the mud.
I essentially just, I mean, if I could determine whether it left town or
Right.
stayed in the town, that would be my main.
Yes. So you continue on, and you do find, after about 20 feet or so of these kind of intermittent tracks, you find a kind of, it stops suddenly, and the grooves, they're like claw marks in the ground, and it looks like it has, you can determine that it has leaped up onto the rooftops from here.
I'll point all this out to Agatha. And I will say, I suspect that that the sensation that you felt was perhaps this very creature. I'm going to suggest something that you might consider to be quite dangerous, but if it had an interest in you, then perhaps I should follow behind, let you proceed ahead alone. I won't be far. I'll be in the shadows to see whether or not you provide, well, to be a tempting piece of bait for our murder.
Well, I won't say that the thought brings me much comfort, but perhaps you are not so far wrong. I wonder if we could not speak with Jerry first before attempting to lure a murderous creature that is turning people into, something that you would spread on a pancake. I quite like myself as is.
All right. I'll follow your lead.
Excellent. And Mr. Bell, I have found your ruggish, nagging and roguish charm quite delightful. However, I suspect that this Jerry is either one of those who will rather enjoy it or will detest it entirely. So, if you do have any, quick quips, might I encourage that you momentarily keep them to yourself? Yes, that was exactly going to be my recommendation.
All right. I get your point. You deal with Jerry. I'll make sure, I'll keep my eyes out to make sure that, to see if our friend returns.
Thank you. My eyes are not what they used to be. I can be rather, I'm more of a conversationalist than,
Of
someone
course.
who observes.
Of course.
What is Minion's passive perception? Just out of curiosity.
Only, it's 11 for some reason.
Okay. Dude, it happens like that sometimes. Agatha's going to nod and continue to Jerry's.
You two continue to Jerry's. We are going to switch over to Guy and Oliver. The pair of you follow the... Do you take the main road to get there, or do you just follow the alleyway that was pointed down?
If possible, I'd like to replicate the victim's potential path home, if it was simple, if there's any markings along the way.
Sure, you want to see if you can find any more evidence on the way there, essentially.
That would be amazing, if possible.
Okay. Go ahead and make a perception check as you're keeping an eye out there.
Sure thing. And I'd ask, Mr. Nadine to do the same. So I rolled 17, actually.
Do you happen to know how much blood the human body contains?
I don't have it down to an exact figure, given that people's volume likely shifts between size lengths, but I suspect you do.
2 gallons. It's 2 gallons of blood, 6 liters. That blood back there was way more than one person's blood. I mean, it was everywhere. It was kind of crazy, don't you think? It was on the window. It was on the wall. It was dripping on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't crawl anywhere there without getting a little bit of blood on your hands and knees.
Oh, skeet.
I guess what I'm driving at in general here is that maybe there was more than one person who was jammed into that jelly jar. We should probably also ask to see if anybody else was missing from this part of town, or if Mr. Elias was the only one.
Once we're more acquainted with the leadership here, perhaps we can ask them to hold a town hall.
Oh, right. Sure. Well, I digress to your professionalism in
No,
this.
no. You clearly know what you're doing. I wouldn't have you silencing yourself.
Just really good at puzzles. I unlocked the little bits. I'm very, very talented at the crossword. Fastest crossword in all of the Hearth Mesa North Mestia's Gazettea. I turned it in a mere 12 minutes after it was press released. It was peculiar, by the words of the editor.
Temporally odd.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Very, very good.
Bit of a puzzle. Word
What is it
puzzler
that
myself,
you're,
but not.
Oh, you're a puzzler, are you? Puzzles. Those puzzles. I have never had the temperament for puzzles. Couldn't sit down long enough. See, as an accountant, most of my day is spent in a seated position, and so sometimes I like to take the crossword on like the elliptical to get myself blood flowing. You know, it keeps the calves in shape, which keeps your back in shape. And I've got the worst sciatica. I don't know if I mentioned my sciatica earlier.
It might have come up a few times. Well, with a few times.
My medical problems are none of your concern. What is it that you're looking for on the floor there, Mr. Turnpin?
Any sign of frequent passage between this area and the next? Any other footprints or footfalls that might have come through here? Scratch marks, weapon drag, magical residue, more man jam.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
Jam.
You continue to look, and as you're continuing forward, and I'm assuming this entire conversation is happening as you're going.
Oh yeah.
You don't find any evidence of someone dropping something, or it's actually a relatively clean alleyway. Weirdly clean alleyway. And as you're looking around, you're kind of keeping your eyes to the ground, and you pass an alley on your right, and you swear you see like a flicker of motion down one of these kind of intersecting alleyways, and then you look and it's nothing.
Hello? You see that there, Mr. Turnpin? I could have sworn there was somebody back there.
You saw that too,
Sure
then?
as my name is Guy.
That's for damn sure. Well, that's no good. Might be some substance to Miss Larkwood's claims of being watched, and getting a bit odder here, ain't it?
Oh, you don't want to leave the actor sitting over there the whole time. He's already set up. We may as well go and see what kind of story he's got to tell us. And Guy will start walking in the direction of the flicker motion at like a jog. Come on, Mr. Turnpin. We need at a jog.
Oh.
Come on, Mr. Turnpin. There's a story to be told, and they're looking to tell it. And I paid good money for this vacation, so we're gonna go look.
How far do you run?
I run to where I thought I saw the person.
Okay. So about 80 or so feet down, you stop and there's no one there. You look to your left and your right, and there's just more alleyway.
Hello? Pretty sure there was someone here. Is this not part of the show? Was I mistaken?
It could be a background effect, trick of the light, but something's definitely affecting us here, or watching, moving quickly. Keep an eye out. Maybe a small fairy creature, possible.
All right. Well, I apologize for detracting us from the main storyline if this is not it. But I thought I saw someone over here. It's the darndest thing. Is there anything around here? that indicates somebody was here or was here or was?
Go ahead and give me an investigation check.
12.
Yeah, you look around. There's no footprints. There's no tattered pieces of clothing that have been ripped off by a stray tree branch or anything like that. It is weirdly clean alleyway.
Can I pick up? Is it like dirt in this alleyway, or is it cobblestone or concrete?
It's dirt, packed dirt.
I want to pick up some of the dirt and sniff it. Does it smell like anything's been thrown here to like?
I want you to give me an investigation check at advantage.
Oh yeah, that's the thing we're looking for there. Oh, that's not a good roll. So let's roll the advantage roll. It's a little bit better. It's not perfect, but it's a 15.
Yeah. As you're reaching down to get this bit of dirt, you feel like there's something weird happening. Right? You can't tell exactly what it is, but you know that something is off about this entire situation. But you do scoop up some dirt. And you look at it, and it's dirt.
I don't want to clump. I'm not a savage, the game master. I just want like a little pinch of it, like.
Yeah, sure. You're able to pinch
not
the
Paula
dirt.
Dean.
You're able to pinch
Just
the dirt.
two shots of dirt.
Your hand gets dusty from it.
Does it smell like anything in particular? Is there bleach in the dirt?
It
Putting
just
chemicals in the dirt
smells like dirt.
Okay.
turns the people jelly.
Well, I was mistaken. We can continue on our way to wherever you think is best, Mr. Chernpin.
You find anything down there?
Nah, it's just dirt. Thought I dropped a coin, but turns out it was just a staple.
Understood. Want to hold on to those. Very
Oh,
important.
yeah. Never know when you're gonna need a staple. It can come in quite handy. And this
Yeah, I
one's
agree.
going right with the others in the collection.
Yeah, with that nice little shiny bit under your
Mhm.
jacket. Anyway, Elias's parents wait.
So the two of you continue on without much. This place is just kind of bland. It's got even less charm to it than the main thoroughfare, and that's saying something. And you continue on. You don't find any clutter. You don't find any trash. You don't see any signs of life. But there is still, you still hear people, right? You don't see any. And you continue on, and you come across what you assume was supposed to be this Elias's house, but it's the first instance you found that something is actually truly in disrepair. You walk up to it and the windows are broken. Some of them are boarded up. The railings are splintered. It's not well taken care of. The door is partially ajar. Not a jelly jar, but a jar.
Oh.
Oh my.
And it just seems very out of place.
All right. Well, that's something in and of itself. Why don't we go give that a knock and see if we can't get a face-to-face going?
I think that's a splendid idea, and Guy will rap on the door. Hello, is anybody home?
There's no answer.
Well, shucks. It looks like there ain't nobody home here, Turnpin. It looks like we're just stuck. We're just a bunch of stuckies.
Sure, but if I might unstick us, so just for a moment, I'm gonna push open the door.
Oh, that's a bad idea. What if we were caught? What if you didn't even look around twice to make sure no one was looking?
It's Scalekeeper's business. Let you investigate certain things like boarded up and broken into houses. It's part of the.
Gotcha. All right, you're still in your jurisdiction as you were. That's wonderful.
And make sure that we can get our job done. Yes.
Oh, it's awful convenient. I wonder how many times that's come into play during private residences and whatnot. But I digress. To your professionalism in this endeavor, please continue to show you're doing a smash job.
You continue in, and you walk into this house, which there are signs of someone living here, but it's the weirdest thing. There are very clearly marked pathways and things that are not dusty, like almost lines in the dust and the debris and dirt where life seems to have been happening. But otherwise, this place is completely in shambles. And there's no one here.
You know, for an empty house in the middle of nowhere, this is a pretty lived-in place, eh? Wouldn't you say?
I'd say so. We might want to try following along this route, see if we can rustle up, and mindful of anywhere that's a bit more broken down. Wouldn't want anyone falling into anything. Given this place has already fallen into disrepair.
No need to look around inside. Is there anything worth taking a peek at? See why it's so run down? Or
let's poke a bit.
If both of you want to give me investigation checks.
Sure thing. Natural 1.
Okay. Yeah. Oliver, you're having a tough time kind of straying away from the fact that this place is just kind of disgusting and in disrepair. You look around and you're finding, both of you are finding evidence of people or someone. You're not entirely sure how many people have been living here, but there are bowls of food that seem to have been prepared and just left unattended. There are dishes in a wash basin over near a kind of cast iron stove. It seems like people have lived here in not too distant past, but it is very clear. And you can kind of see, even in the spots where they seem to have been lived in, even those are starting to kind of like dust over with dust and critter droppings and stuff like that. Guy, you kind of look around and you decide to take a jaunt up into the bedroom area, right? And there's a bed, but nothing else. No clothes, no toiletries or belongings. It's very utilitarian.
I don't know if the lack of detail about this place and the lack of considering how lived in it is, how little personality is in the actual decor here. I don't know if that's more interesting or less interesting. I suppose to the trained eye, it's more interesting that someone could live here so long and leave such little impact. That's pretty depressing, I would say.
Well, we're missing a pair of parents as well, which conflicts with Bob's testimony, throws it all into a loop. Hell, Elias might not even be dead.
Maybe he just went on vacation with his parents.
They left things like this?
Well, I hope that my children don't leave the house till they're 37 themselves. I love them so much, I just couldn't live my life without them. So good for them. Good for them if that's the case. I really hope there's not a murder. Though that does make for a really boring show, I must say. But it's about the journey, not the destination, right, Mr. Turnpin?
Yeah, well, something like that. Good phrase. Good turn of phrase. But the fact that there's no sign of his parents and very simple living here seems to suggest something's off about this town. Everything's too clean, except for this. I don't like it. I mean, even the inn was barebone.
Oh, I agree. I wish I could put my finger on what makes this feel so odd, but golly, I can't put my finger on it. It's just something feels askew.
Something feels very wrong. That's exactly right. Now, I don't want to sound too much like Mr. Bale with his constant need to be armed and dangerous, but we might want to make ourselves pricklier prey for anything zipping around here.
I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting to be armed at all times, Mr. Turnpin. That's why I carry this Swiss Army knife with me, you see. Protecting me from grandfather's pocket knife, yes. To serve them all well. They lived well into their venerable years with this pocket knife at their side, so it's something of a luck charm, you see.
Do the same for you, but either way, I don't think we're going to be able to find much else around here, unless you want me to start scanning the room for magical energies, but nothing's really pinging me off the gate.
No, I don't think that'll be necessary unless you feel like someone went through the trouble of using a whole bunch of magic to make this. Gestures at poop-covered surfaces and dust.
Yeah, the only magic that makes this is depression and sadness. Loneliness. I'll spell that. But I think we found more questions and a few answers. And hopefully our friends will find some more puzzle pieces. Put those together.
Why don't we go catch up with them and see or did we say to meet somewhere? Or did we say we were gonna perhaps back at the hotel?
I have this distinct feeling we're both gonna end up wanting to be back at the inn when this is all
Let's
done.
go back to the inn then. Let's see if anybody at the inn has any ideas to where Elias is this fella's family is prone to travel or neglecting their home for long periods of time while on said vacation. And as I said, I could really go for some grub.
I think I would join you in that. Let's go get you something to eat.
All right. the two of you leave the premises and you continue back down the alleyway that you came from. I want both of you just to kind of give me a quick perception check as we're leaving.
Perception. 17.
13.
Okay. Got it. As you're leaving, and you kind of... Oliver turns the corner, right? To head back down this alleyway, and you're about to, when you feel this prickling sensation, but almost like it's more than just someone's watching you. It's like someone's staring daggers into the back of your neck. And you turn around, and you swear as you turn, it's almost like watching a frame turn to another frame in cinema. You swear you watch this beautiful house, well taken care of, immaculate windows, stained glass, there's light coming from inside, in a chimney with fire, just flash for a moment and then turn back into what you just experienced.
Guy'll rub the corners of his eyes, and he's gonna stare real hard at the house. But he wants to look at the house as if he's trying to shake off sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe he's imagining what he's seeing, or like it's not real. Guy has once or twice in his past been put under enchantments.
Mm-hmm.
And he would like to use this moment to kind of recall a lesson he was taught about resisting those things.
Sure.
And try to see through this illusion or investigate whether or not the dirt of the house is real. Something you can do by touching it or feeling it.
Go ahead and make a perception check with advantage.
Okay. Oh, fuck you, dice. 15.
I don't suppose you've gotten any like +2s or anything from chat or anything like that.
I haven't
You do.
seen any. Oh,
You definitely did.
was there one over there?
Yes, you have
Okay.
a +2 from purple.
Oh, thank you, purple. Then 17.
I will let you retroactively use that on your 17. If you would like. Since you didn't know you had a +2.
Oh. So when we were still back inside the house? Yeah, okay.
No, as you... That perception check I just had you make for... to get that, like, prickling sensation.
Yeah. Okay, sure. Then it'll be a 19.
So we'll turn that into a 19. Yeah, no, you look back at the house and you don't see anything different. Then you're like, what the fuck? And you turn, and for a moment, as you turn to look back towards Oliver and the rest of the alleyways, the rest of the alleyways are in complete disrepair. Broken, disgusting, dusty, cluttered, debris, trash. Almost like something terrible has happened here, and no one has done a damn thing to fix it. And then it snaps back to the cleanliness again.
When it was on that image of disrepair, were there any large pieces on the ground that I would have spotted that I can try to feel to see if they're still there, even if I can't see them?
Yeah, there would have been stuff that's like leaned up against walls and stuff. Yeah. You do see that some of these areas have been taken care of. Or you remember in the image of disrepair, there's walkways where you wouldn't like feel random stuff, right, as you're just walking through. But there's definitely stuff that's just kind of along the side.
Sure, I'm looking for anything like a tin can or anything like on the side of the road that would have been there, and if I could just like touch it momentarily to see if I feel that like its physical being is still there, if this is illusion or if I'm being like enchanted to believe I'm somewhere that I'm not.
Right. Yeah, you reach down. Dink, dink, dink.
Okay. I'll make a mental note of that, but I won't say anything until we're back at the end.
Okay.
And I'll run to catch up to Oliver.
Let's switch on over to Minion and Agatha going to talk to Jerry. You both make your way towards the town hall, and as you draw closer, you realize that this place is actually really well taken care of. There's fountains and some lush greenery, a nice garden that's maintained, and it is more of a town hall-ish than it is like a temple, right? Especially out in this area, the religious influence of the theocracy isn't necessarily as powerful, or at least not yet, which is maybe some of your reasons for being here and establishing those connections. But as you draw closer, the gate is open, and as you walk in, you look to your right and you see an older man with a kind of grayish white beard tied in a knot. In front of him, his hair tucked behind his ears, and just some very light spectacles across his nose. He wears a suit, but it's not like a fine suit. It looks kind of like a hand-me-down almost. But he wears it well, and he's just sitting on a bench overlooking a small pond where he is just watching some ducks kind of lazily go about their business.
Mr. Bell, would you like to do any perusing before I begin a potential conversation?
No, I'm fine. I'll just hang out here and eavesdrop, listen in, and just keep my eye on things. Just to make
Excellent.
sure our visitor doesn't return.
I appreciate it. Excuse me, is your name perhaps Jerry by chance?
Oh, yes. Apologies. I didn't see you come in. You may call me Jerry, yes.
Is Jerry your full name?
It is not.
Oh, well, perhaps a polite introduction should do. You see, we were referred here to this establishment by Bob, who refrained from sharing his full name. I am Agatha Karina Lockwood, a board member of Faces, and I'm here about the murders. And you're Jerry,
Let's just keep it at Jerry for now. I don't know you.
Well, yes, but I did just introduce myself, and this is just common courtesy.
Common courtesy where you're from, perhaps. But in these lands, names carry weight.
I see. Well, in that case, Jerry, I am here to, with my companion here, Mr. Bear, to investigate this murder of one Elias. We were directed here. Perhaps you had more information.
Yes, poor Elias was murdered a couple of fortnights ago. We did not find the culprit, but it is of my strict opinion that I'm assuming you talked to Bob.
Yes, he was the one witness.
Bob likes to tell everyone he possibly can that Elias was turned into a jar of jelly.
Oh, yes, quite this jar.
Right. Quite frankly, I find that preposterous.
Mm.
The only one. Sorry.
No, of course. If you would like to join the conversation too, my friend, you're more than welcome. All right. I believe that perhaps Elias was carrying this jar of jelly and then was beset by whatever beast or whatever could have destroyed him in such a manner to all that blood. But it seems to me that it's more likely that the jelly was dropped and Elias's body was carried away.
Perhaps. I might have a few questions, just clarifying about the state of the town. You see, it seems rather quiet, you know. I understand I'm quite familiar with frontier towns. As a board member of Faces, we do go and work with several local communities, and we are not unfamiliar with the beautification process. However, I do find that your town is quite quiet. Have families left following news of the murder? I could understand.
Following news of the murder, I don't think so. But in general, the town is smaller.
Yes.
It is prosperous in the sense that we have a nice kind of small, well-knit community, but it's not big enough for its bounds, I'm afraid.
I am sure that the community bunko evenings are quite the hoot and holler. However, I do wonder, was there any sort of search posse sent out to seek, the perpetrator of young Mr. Elias's disappearance?
Of course, I went and searched myself. I suppose you would call me the de facto sheriff of the town. As far as I could tell, it was the tracks led off into a nearby alleyway, and the assailant disappeared onto the rooftops, and it is not possible to track from up there.
Have there been any other incidents besides young Master Elias's unfortunate demise?
Any other instances? No.
Yes. Any other murders? Any, unaccounted jelly jars about?
Listen, I caution against warning or seeking aid for this quote-unquote mystery because of this exact scenario here. I think that it's a closed case, a freak accident. Some sort of monster in the night has taken away Elias from us, but I don't believe anything supernatural or mysterious is happening here.
So you were not the one who called for aid, then? Who sent out correspondence requesting assistance to the town itself?
No, I was not.
Do you know who might have been?
Bob.
If not it would have been Bob.
It would have been Bob and perhaps one or two of the other town's people, Phil, perhaps, and the ringleader for this has been Bob, for sure.
I understand. When are your next local elections there, Jerry?
Oh. Well, to be completely honest, it hasn't been rightly discussed.
Hmm. And let me ask, have you begun to campaign for your own bid?
For
I
mine,
imagine the de facto powers will only last so long until, several organizations come through to establish some sort of legitimate government in its place. Have you thought about your platform? Because I might suggest that having a one-man search party to search for a brutally murdered townsperson and then giving up as soon as the assailant seems to take to the rooftops and just assuming that it is some sort of night creature might not be the best ticket to convince your local community members that you are fit for this occupation.
well,
Unless you have evidence to suggest otherwise. It was my understanding you were close to the victim, so I am surprised at your cavalier attitude.
evidence I have not. As for my campaign, I don't consider myself a campaigning type of person. If there were elections to come through here, I would not run.
You wouldn't.
No.
In that case, might I ask, who would you recommend take up the leadership of this small community? Is there someone that you might vote for, sir?
Out of everyone in this community, likely not. If there is not going to be just this kind of rough and tumble essence without a sense of order, then I would recommend someone from the outside coming and taking control.
Yes, it is rather easy to expect that others outside of our situation will come and improve our own with little to no effort. Might I ask, just a pardon, I have so many questions. It is rather difficult trying to solve a murder that is not in your local municipality, tight-knit communities and all of that. But I might ask, have you had many outsiders visiting the town as of late? Anyone you might suspect to be, a ceiling crawler, a peeping Tom?
No, but there has been talk of creatures in the wood, and many people don't like to roam the streets so much right now because of the insinuation from Bob that there are creatures of the night that are going to come and turn you into jars of jelly.
Or perhaps brutally murder you and splash your viscera upon, the walls of your neighbors' homes. Either or.
Either or.
But you do not buy into this at all. If there were any creatures, what would you believe them to be? In your expert opinion.
Perhaps a knoll. There are undead in the area.
GM, as Agatha is kind of berating this man, she's trying to is the impression because I'll tell you, Sarah the player's impression is that he's just kind of bored. He is uninvested in this occupation. He doesn't really seem bothered, but Agatha is trying to kind of push this man to see, what does he really even care about this?
Please make an insight check.
Awesome. My passive 16, but I'm happy to make a roll. That's an 18, bud.
18. You get the distinct impression that you are intruding upon his alone time.
Oh, excellent.
He's not necessarily bored, more with an 18, there is a distinct understanding from this person that you are no consequence. And he is entertaining your line of questions for now.
Do you mind if I sit down? You see, my knees are quite poorly. You know, so much travel by foot. I'm unaccustomed. Would you mind if I take a seat?
Please, by all means.
Thank you. Jerry, are you a man of faith?
No.
No practicing, no worshipping of any type of god being.
Not anymore.
To choose from.
Not anymore.
Perhaps a loss in your life has led you away from a path of faith.
You could say that.
So, I must ask, how do you find yourself in this de facto position if it is not your true life's passion?
I was away for a time, and I came back after the inversion, and I did what I could to help rebuild, and they wanted me to lead.
As part of the reconstruction and recuperating of the community following the inversion, what sorts of ill effects were you dealing with? I understand that it impacts communities differently across the frontier.
For us here, we had a stark infertility rate. It's one of the reasons you will not find children running around. Also in the soil, it's hard to grow things, although thankfully over time that has gone away, or at least subsided. And then the undead have been not kind to us, but thankfully, well, let's just say we've had many die in service of defending the town.
Is there a reason that you have not, called upon some of the law orders? Perhaps the scale keepers? I've heard many things about the organization from one of our companions.
Well, to be completely honest, I don't care much for the theocracy. That's why I'm not there.
Certainly, but you must care for your neighbors, living, thriving, perhaps.
Well, wasn't it you that insinuated what we cannot do for ourselves, we should not be asking of others?
Well, I'm just saying. It seems that, someone in your de facto position might be best suited to call upon that outside help. I find it surprising that you have not.
The kind of help that, if I were to request, I would receive from the theocracy, no one in this town wants. Save Bob, perhaps.
I find that to be a rather bold assumption, and I wonder if our young murdered Elias would have the same opinion.
Well, we can't ask Elias because he's dead.
Well, I'm certain that there are ways that we could possibly. However, I offer my condolences. It is my understanding that he was, in fact, your friend, and that you were often brunch together.
Yes.
Perhaps could you tell me, what was Elias's brunch order?
Deviled eggs, a pound of bacon. He loved bacon. And a glass and typically a half of orange juice.
And did he take, fruit on the side, or was he a toast man?
Honestly, I don't remember. Did you say fruit?
Yes.
I don't remember ever seeing Elias eat anything other than, well, no vegetables, fruits, I don't believe. Aside from that.
And confectionaries of any kind?
We don't have much of that out here.
Oh, would I happen to have an entire jar?
Well, wherever that came from, I don't think it was from here.
Oh, no, it most certainly was in an alleyway where a young man disappeared. I believe I'm reaching near the end of my questions. Mr. Bale, do you have any inquiries for our incredibly helpful law enforcement?
I just wanted to say you're probably the sanest person I've met since arriving in this town. Jelly, a man into jelly. I mean, it's preposterous. I agree. Except there is one thing that gnaws at my mind. Why isn't the jelly jar covered in blood if he was carrying it? It is not, is it, Miss Agatha?
No, it's actually in pristine condition.
So I'm curious, if we just suspended our reason for a moment and assumed that he was turned into a jar of jelly, would you have any guess as to why jelly and not something else? Any guess? Let your imagination run wild.
Why jelly?
Yes. Why jelly of all things?
Well, I would imagine either whatever turned him into a jar of jelly is either random in its creation of transmutation magic, or whoever turned him into jelly really likes jelly.
Do you really like jelly, Jerry?
I despise it.
Can I insight check that? Or
Yes.
at least, rather,
Yes, you
I want to
may.
get, is he being spiteful in that?
Yep, yes you may.
That's a 26.
Nice.
I see into this man's soul.
Good roll.
He really doesn't like jelly. But he's being truthful, but you do get you get sense that he's giving you the information that you're asking for, but he's not giving you anywhere close to everything he could possibly tell you.
Yep. Jerry, I do believe that we will be departing here shortly. However, I would be remiss if I did not offer you one last opportunity to do the right thing and tell us everything that you know about this young man's disappearance. It would be unfortunate if one of those third-party law agencies were to come into your town and were to find out that the de facto sheriff in de facto did not help in the investigation of the one murder.
I can't tell you anything more.
Can't or won't. Those are quite two very different things, my dear.
He sits back and averts his gaze back towards the pond. I think that is all the time I have.
Well, in that case, before Agatha gets up and leaves, she's going to burn a sorcery point to use her meta magic subtle spell to cast dispel magic around them, just trying to target any effects in the area, particularly around Jerry, getting the understanding that perhaps.
So specifically the garden area.
Correct.
Okay.
Or rather, here, choose one creature, object, or magical effect within range. Yeah, I guess Jerry.
Jerry?
Yeah. I'm casting it at 3rd level,
Uh-huh.
or I think, let me double, yep.
Go ahead and
But I can-
go ahead and make a roll for me, please.
Okay. Let's see. 10 plus the spell's level. That's a charisma roll. I guess, how do I do that? I add +4, right? Or no, that's just this. Okay, got it. No. A 19. That should hit everything.
It should hit it. It should probably get everything.
Saving all my good rolls for this moment.
I knew this was gonna happen. I wish I had actually prepared for it.
Do you want to take a quick break?
No, I got it. We're gonna take a quick break right after this. Subtle spell just means that it happens without verbal and somatic.
No verbal or somatic, so I shouldn't be able to be countered spelled. Nobody should be able to know
Right. Yeah.
that I've done it.
You target this person who has been dodging you pretty severely, right?
Mhm.
And you watch as you kind of see this like translucent golden line that is pinned to Jerry and floating up into the distance as you cast the spell, and you watch that line just dissipate. And I'm assuming you're looking at Jerry.
Yes.
Okay. You don't see anything happen. Minion, what are you looking at right now?
Well, I'm paying, my attention is, I was looking at the, basically the surroundings, the gate. However, whenever I started talking to Jerry, I'm probably looking right at him.
Okay. Neither of you see the effect of Agatha's spell. However, Oliver and Guy, as you are reaching the front door of the inn, the tavern, all of a sudden there's just this kind of ripple of energy, and then a smell of almost sulfur. And you hear like this high-pitched whine and a snap, and you look around you, and everything has become rundown, disarray, and a shadow of what you expected it to be. And as you both realize that, Jerry looks at you, Agatha, and mutters, mutters, oh no, why not? Looks at you, realizes what you've done, reaches out and puts a hand on your shoulder, and you disappear.
I'm sorry, what?
Mm-hmm. And we will be back after a quick break. If you were just joining us, we just left off with Agatha, Sarah's character here, casting Dispel Magic on the town leader, sheriff person, who she deemed mysterious and important enough to cast magic on. And in doing so, dispelled a seemingly large illusion that blanketed the entire town, making it seem not a giant wreck. And as that happened, he realized that she had done this, reached out grabbed her by the shoulder, and both of them disappeared. So, we're going to first start out with Minion. Minion.
Ah!
Right. Your companion has just disappeared along with the person you were just talking to. There doesn't seem to be any sign of them whatsoever.
The crossbow comes off my back, swings up. I just so everything is exactly as it was, or do I see the town the same as them, reduced to?
So you can see that the house and the property of the house is exactly how it was. However, as you're scanning the horizon, you look out and you see that the rest of the town is completely in disarray, ramshackle. What was once a clean frontier utilitarian type storefronts and town is now, well, it looks abandoned and destroyed.
I will, of course, look. My instinct is there's no jars on the ground, are there?
There are no jars on the ground.
Good. There's not much I can. I mean, I quickly I'll go over and just kind of grab the air where Agatha was, and if there's nothing there, I'll yell again loudly. I don't know how far my voice will carry, but yeah, if there's really no sign, I'm going to have to find the others.
Okay. So you, finding no sign of either of them, run off to join Guy and Oliver. We will get back to you three here in a second. Agatha, you find yourself in complete darkness. It's almost senseless in your existence. You do feel a floor, but other than that, it is devoid of light. And then a light appears about 30 feet away from you, and you can see Jerry is now sitting at a table, drinking coffee, and there is a chair and an additional cup of coffee set out, presumably for you.
Well, congratulations, Jerry. You can now add kidnapping to your resume when seeking out a new occupation other than sheriff.
Well, kidnapping is one of a long line of things that I can be attributed to, my friend.
Oh, you have most certainly designated me as not your friend, because I can't imagine you could have just politely invited me to this lovely little, undecorated, lacking of any kind of personal touch space of yours. But no, you did take me by force now, didn't you?
This is my polite invitation.
Your bedside manner could use some work. How old is this coffee?
It is.
How old is it?
Brand new.
She'll sit in the chair across from him and carefully cross her legs underneath her massive hoop skirt and take the coffee. So, Jerry, do you mind telling me what exactly has been going on here?
Let's start with names.
I beg your pardon.
Names. You asked me mine.
Yes, and you declined. I've told you mine. Agatha Karina Larkwood, of a board member of the Faces organization.
Well, Agatha Karina Larkwood, board member of the Faces organization. My name is Jezariah Elin of the Eight.
I beg your pardon. Of the Eight, the ones that saved us from the inversion. Well, you could have just said so.
My escape from society into humble beginnings doesn't necessarily qualify me to just tell everyone who I really am.
No, not everyone, but someone of my caliber and curiosity, perhaps. Especially given that I've told you several times that I am here to assist. Endlessly even.
And I said, I don't need your assistance.
Yes, well, apparently, and that is no longer the case because you have in fact kidnapped me.
Perhaps.
No, there's no perhaps about it. You have most certainly and definitely taken me from one location to a secondary location without my explicit consent. This is textbook kidnapping.
Okay. It is kidnapping.
So what happens next?
Well, I thought we would enjoy a cup of coffee and have a conversation.
And my companions?
Your companions are fine, as far as I know.
What do you mean, as far as you know?
Well, I'm not doing anything to them.
I'm sorry. Could again repeat your name? I'm sorry. Jerry is just kind of stuck in my thoughts now. Jezariah.
Jezariah.
Jezariah. Listen. Let me just one moment. All right. Well. No, this simply won't do. And she is going to reach under her skirt, and you're going to see her pull out a small flask that she will then tilt into the coffee just like a little bit too much, as she will then take a longer swig of her coffee and sit with it. How about you start from the beginning, and then I will see if we can untangle this mess.
From the beginning. All right. Well, 30 years ago, at the end of the Inversion, I decided that civilized life was not for me. Or at least, orderly life. I don't know. I didn't want to be a part of the theocracy anymore. And so I came back to Salven, my hometown, and found it ruined. We're going to jump back over to Minion, Guy, and Oliver.
I'll go store. Yeah, I guess there's one main drag, so I'll go down it and I'll be yelling. I'm not quite sure where they are, but I'm sure they'll hear me. Guy, Oliver, Agatha's disappeared.
Yeah, I think in the moment that it snapped, I mean, we're getting into the end there. It's all trash. I mean, like, what's Phil and Bob up to just before he comes running through?
What's Phil and Bob up to? They are in the tavern, which the inside actually doesn't look too bad. If you've taken a peek inside, it's a little more rundown. Like, it's not like scrubbed clean or anything like that, but they don't really seem to have noticed too much. Like they didn't see they haven't seen the outside, you know.
Oh, so they're just totally normal.
I mean, they're going on as normal. The inside of the tavern, and there's not like a bunch of windows or anything like that, seems to be relatively in the same condition.
All right, so I just before screaming starts, I'm head up to Phil because Bob's who knows. And now, what exactly is the idea with this whole town being code and illusionary magic?
Huh? Who are you talking about?
You don't. I'm talking about the fact that you've been living here in a pigsty here, and you don't seem fit to notice it.
Well, that's not rightly kind of you, sir.
And not a pit. No, it's not rightly kind to trick folks as soon as they walk into town, and they all believe your streets. And I think like right around that time, Minion can probably bust in or be heard. Excuse me, I gotta. What did you say, Minion? Sorry, Mr. Bale.
I'm charging up. I'll be kind of, I'm the town. It looks completely different. I'll be completely shocked by that as well. But when I come up and I'll be like, out of breath a bit, I'll be like, what in the hell happened to the town? Agatha's gone. She just disappeared 5 minutes ago. Her and Jerry. 1 minute they were there, and the next they weren't. I have no idea what happened. Although I'm not that.
Jerry disappeared? What happened? Did he leave behind any jelly or anything like that?
Is that such a common thing that would be a question here? That whenever someone disappears, you ask whether or not.
Well, no, not many people disappear, and if two people disappear in the same instance, and one of them turns into a jelly jar, then you would expect maybe the other one too.
I'm gonna need you a quick question from you. What was the last time you saw Elias's parents?
Elias's parents? Maybe few days before Elias died.
Mm-hmm. And all three of them live in that house?
Yeah, as far as I know.
You know, look at Guy real quick, give him a side eye like.
He was killed right outside in the back alley of this inn, right?
Yeah.
I'll stride through and open the back door. I want to see what the alley looks like now.
Yeah, the alley is in complete disarray. It's dirty, there's trash piled up, although there is a genuine walkway pushed through. The sides of the buildings and just kind of clutter along the sides, but in the center where people would normally walk seems to be pretty.
But the blood, is there a body? Or pieces of a body?
There is no body.
Okay. I'll
There's
turn.
still blood.
There is still blood.
Okay.
I'll turn and I'll say, someone is responsible for creating an illusion here. If it's not them, I'll say my money's on Jerry.
Well, he did just teleport away with.
Are we all
Miss
seeing
Lockwood.
this? Or
I believe
just Minion?
What's that?
Are we all seeing the same thing, or is Minion the only one?
Yeah,
who
no,
sees
you're
it?
all seeing the same thing. Yeah, that brief flash of everything being in disrepair, right? That's now just constant.
Well, it's good to know I'm not going crazy or anything, because I saw this back at the house and I wasn't sure what to make of it. But yeah, it sure seems like we're under some pretty major hocus pocus here, there, fellas.
Well, not anymore, and that's the issue.
Where does
We
Jerry?
There are known knowns and there are unknown knowns, and then there are known unknowns and unknown unknowns. Like, we know now that we are being eluded, or we're being eluded, but we don't know that we don't know about the illusions that we're unaware of. You know what I'm saying?
Oddly,
Now
yes.
we're aware of the illusions we were unaware of and making us aware of them.
Well, we are aware of the illusions we're aware of, but we're not aware of the illusions that we're not aware of. If that also makes sense to you, Mr. Turnpin.
Although we're
It
aware that
does.
there could be illusions that we're not aware of.
Correct, but it does not make us aware of the illusions themselves, Mr. Bale. But I like where your head's at. You're thinking in the right direction. Very good.
Where does
Would you
Jerry
like a caramel?
Where's
Where does Jerry go when he disappears? I'll turn to Bob in the back.
Well, Jerry doesn't really disappear. I mean, what do you mean, Jerry? So Jerry disappeared and he didn't turn into a jelly jar?
That's
What's
exactly
with
what
you,
I'm saying.
Listen, I'm just saying, when one person turns into a jelly jar and then another person disappears, you would expect the other person to turn into a jelly jar as well, right?
Do you see the state of this town? I'll open the door.
Oh, shit.
Ah, damn, these two don't know anything.
And
And
what are
Agatha's missing.
How
We'll
do
have
they
to-
react, both of them, when they see it? When Minion opens the door, is there an actual reaction from both of them?
Yes. So Bob looks out and he's like, oh, shit, what the hell is going on? Phil, yep, that's his name. Phil kind of like peeks out around the corner and he like braces for a second and like reaches underneath the bar. Like they're both shocked.
We're gonna have to go to Jerry's house. So maybe there's maybe he teleported her inside or something. It's the only thing I can think of. There's no trace.
You bring me to the side of the cast, and I might be able to pick up what kind of spell it was. Figure it out from there.
All right, follow me.
Okay.
You too. Don't go anywhere.
As I'm leaving, can I get a glance of what Phil was reaching for?
Yeah, there's a battle axe underneath the bar.
That's rather rude.
Wait, you want us to just sit here while our town's being all fucky wucking?
It's been fucky wookie. You've been stupid oopid.
Well, that doesn't disqualify us to help now, does it?
You got something you can do to help us? Other than be unable to identify a man who's been murdered and not turned into a jelly jar?
I mean, I got eyes, and Phil here's got... Phil hefts up a battle axe.
Oh.
Oliver, Elias's parents are... I doubt they may have even existed, as far as I could tell.
Well, that would have been strange. But I guess if there's illusions and such... Mighty weird.
Fine. Bring a posse.
All right.
Well, it looks like you're coming along with us, fellas. This show is going mobile. How exciting.
You all step outside, and it is getting darker now. You arrived a little after midday, and so now it's getting to the point where it's kind of starting to turn into sundown. You step out into the thoroughfare, and you all turn to look towards the manor, and you see a soul creature standing in the middle of the road.
I'm sorry, did you say soul creature or soul creature?
A singular. Soul, right?
Singular.
Gotcha. A
Yeah.
soul creature.
Is it our friend the Knoll with the glowing red eyes?
A soul null?
Indeed, it is. And from what you can see
Got
now,
a saxophone. And
is
cool
the
chains.
knoll
Hello.
carries itself in a way that belies a grander intelligence than you would expect. And as its eyes flash towards you, he looks at Bob, And Bob, seeing it, kind of stammers and points and goes, "That's the thing that killed Elias!" And Bob, bolts off into an alleyway to the side.
Well, he did use his eyes. I'm gonna get the crossbow out.
As Bob bolts, the creature turns and runs after him.
After him.
Oh, well, it's unfortunate. Bob's not going to see the light of another day.
No, not unless we can help it. Come on.
Oh, right. Okay, sure. Let's go.
Can I get a dexterity check from all of you?
No.
A dexterity check or save?
Check.
Check. Okay.
8.
18. Wait, dex check. That'll be -3 then, so 15.
15, son?
Yeah.
A 10.
Okay. You all rush around the corner, and Phil kind of takes a second to move with you, but continues along with you as well. And you dash around the corner, and you run past an alleyway where you hear some whimpering. And you turn, and you see the creature, this gnoll, has embraced Bob and is sinking 2 large fangs into his neck. And
Oh,
well, it looks like we're too late
suddenly, you watch the life begin to drain from Bob's eyes as a hand protrudes forward through Bob's abdomen. And then something weird happens. Bob turns into a chair.
Oh, what do you know? He was right. People who die violent deaths often do not make loud noises. That was very silent and pleasant, and now he's a piece of decorative furniture.
I'm gonna have you all
I'm
roll.
sorry.
I'm gonna have you all roll initiative, and Sarah, we're gonna come back to you real quick.
Sorry for your loss there, Phil.
Turned him into a piece of furniture.
Decorative furniture.
What in
He continues on with his story. I came back to the town and found that, well, most of the inhabitants had died. Either before the inversion from some of the undead invasions, or during the actual tearing of the soil itself, but came back and it was pretty much a ghost town. And I did what I could to make everything better.
How do you figure that? Keeping people here, turning them into jelly jars, how is it better?
No. I didn't turn anyone into a jelly jar. I remade my friends. I took the jelly jar and I made Elias. I gave him memories, a life. And then something took it away. I wasn't able to find it. And so I focused on everyone that was left. The rest, it sounds terrible to say, but creations.
I'm sorry. I just want to make sure that I'm following your story here. You saved the world, returned to your abandoned home, took inanimate objects, gave them illusionary existence, and implanted your memories of these people into the objects to then meander about the town until something murdered them.
The intent behind it was not to just let them die. I wanted to give them a second chance.
You wanted to give you a second chance.
I suppose.
And I think that is quite all right, but now you understand there's still several questions. If your friend Elias was just a jelly jar, then what was all the blood?
Well, he was not just a jelly jar.
Oh, by the way, yeah, I feel that I should probably... I didn't realize the sentimental value the jelly jar did have. It has been opened, so it will no longer stay
no, it is just a jelly jar now. The magic
correct,
is...
It's kind of spoiled now that you've had to explain it. No, I completely understand.
Right. I just wanted to pick up where I left off, but everyone was killed.
Yes.
I don't know. Maybe messing with the powers that be in creating something out of nothing or substantially less is some power that mere mortals should not have, but the fact that I could, why wouldn't I?
I understand. You had some desire to live a life separate from the one that you took up to save the world. I cannot articulate this enough. I empathize with your position. However, there is the question about the undead knoll. You see, Mr. Bale, had you been cognizant enough to bring him with us, could have elaborated to you that there was a threat that seemed to be stalking the woods outside the town.
This is the undead knoll.
Yes, and you did allude to something taking it away. Was this what you were referring to?
Well, no. I knew, obviously, from the beginning that Elias reverted back to his form. I guess I just wanted to get you off of my back, off of my heels, by telling you some fabrication that Elias was taken away. But he was kind of. The Knoll left if the Knoll was the one who killed Elias. I don't know. Do you think I'm a bad person?
No, I do think that you might be suffering from some very severe PTSD and could really benefit from medical attention and perhaps some sort of intensive therapy. Because for all intents and purposes, you saved the world and then insisted upon living in a world in which you didn't save it. You've reverted. And I have to tell you, as someone who has also lived through, the process of the inversion and everything, you're not the only one who lost people. And as someone of this magic skill, could have been a huge boon to many of the local communities who are still reeling from the impact. I don't think that you're a bad person. I just think that perhaps you've lost yourself in grief and have made some rather selfish choices. But that does not make you a bad person.
Perhaps. Well, what would you have us do now?
Well, I do want...
Let's
go for it.
Let's kick over to back to the bath so we can keep bouncing back and forth here. All right. Did everyone get an initiative?
I got a 12.
12.
I got a
for
rock.
Bale. What would
I
you
got a
get, Turk?
5.
Oh, 5.
Got an 8.
Ooh, guys.
Not win the shootout, could win the war.
Okay. Uh, 12, 8. Okay. Yeah. First up in the initiative is the Knoll. And the Knoll is going to, real quick, and you can see he's become this kind of distended, leathery creature, almost like the kind of twisted vampire bat versions of vampires. His fur has kind of congealed into leathery appendages that kind of stake down into the ground in front of him. He is going to rush up to... He's going to rush up to Bale. And he is going to... Yeah. He's going to reach out and try to slash at you with his claws.
Right. Armor class is 16.
Alright. That's 21 for 7 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
And then as he does that, he kind of rakes into you and pulls you a little closer, and his jaw snaps open and distends and clamps down onto your neck. He's going to try to... 19 to hit.
That's it.
Okay, and he does... 14 points of piercing damage and 13 points of necrotic damage.
I'll
Question
cry.
for the
You're
DM.
not gonna turn me into a jar of jelly, you bastard. That hurt. Man.
What was
Question
that,
for the
guy?
DM. Is the image that we have here, is that how big he is? Is that like, is he taking up the squares he would be?
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, Guy is going to use his reaction.
Okay.
Because he attacked someone that is not me. I am going to clamshell open the Swiss Army knife that I have in my hand, which separates into 2 pieces. He will unfold both of them into what look like snake eye carambits, but they are just like long knives. And he will run both of them up the spine of this creature from tail to shoulder. Boop, boop. Does either a 13 or 20 hit?
A 20 does hit, yes.
Okay, he's gonna get that offhand damage. Six, and then I guess snake attacks. Kablam. Bad snake attacks. For 12 slashing damage.
Alright. 12 slashing damage.
His speed is reduced by 10 feet until the start of my next turn, by the way.
Okay. Yeah, he takes that like a champ. Kind of slash into him, and he retracts his arm a little bit and kind of points it down and starts to look at you. Up next, after the Knoll's turn, is... Oh, who is it? Who rolled a 12?
Oh, I did. Yeah.
Alright, Bale, you are up.
All right. I'll cry out. I'll flick a switch on my crossbow, and a blade will pop out at the end, and I'm just gonna try to bring it up and into his, kind of bring it close to me and up and into his jaw. So we'll see whether or not. A 25. So
Oh yeah, that'll hit.
probably a hit. And Ty, you're okay this being like a short sword?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. So I'll do 6 damage.
Okay.
But as I jab it into him, I'm gonna pull the trigger on the crossbow.
Oh, nice.
So kind of a double whammy there. And I got a 14 to hit. That's not such a great roll, but maybe because it's sticking in him, I get advantage.
I will... Let's see. Is this... Oh, yeah, I'll give you advantage. Fine. Go ahead.
Oh, I got a big old 13. Thank you again. 20.
You do have a plus
So
2.
the crossbow bolt probably fly. Shoots Pete, pulls it out just in time.
The dice were not in your favor. Okay.
No.
So yeah, you jam it into him, and he kind of rakes it aside as you pull the trigger, and instead of launching the crossbow bolt into him, it kind of glances off of his almost hide-like material that's on his chest and bounces off into a nearby alleyway. Up next is, what did I
Me.
name this character?
Phil.
Phil, yes, thank you. Long day, remember? Phil is going to rush up and can't really get in, and he doesn't really want to get in, so he's going to take a hand axe off of his belt and is going to attempt to get this sucker with a hand axe. With a 16 will not hit. He's going to throw another hand axe. And a natural 20 will hit.
Hopefully.
Doing a nice 10 points of damage. Good job, Phil. As it kind of just barely rakes off of the vampire's shoulder, and kind of you can see that it's already starting to kind of like knit and heal up again. But he does look like he's taking damage. Okay, Oliver.
All right. Oliver is going to basically almost immediately let the crossbow fall to the ground at the moment, and he's going to pull forth a kind of like a rip and unfurl it, and going to channel it into it, and the ink from golden ink from it's going to pull in both his hands, and he's going to extend it out to both Guy and Minion, and he's going to say, "I got an idea, but for the moment, I'm going to need you both to be brave." And I'm going to cast heroism on both of them at 2nd level. So you're both going to get 4 temporary HP, and you're going to be immune to all the good, all the bad hero effects, fear effects rather. And you're going to get that temporary HP at the start of each of your turns.
Okay.
How much was it?
So that you get 4 at the start of each of your turns. So 4 now, and then 4 when you go again.
Dope.
And I have a feature called, where is it? Voice of Authority. Cast a spell slot of first level or higher. Target an ally with that spell. That ally can use their reaction immediately to make one weapon attack against a creature of your choice that you can see. So if either one of you would at this moment feel compelled to be especially brave to hit this thing again, I'm not too partial one way or the other, but
Go ahead, guy.
Oh, golly, I don't know where these came from. I'm a little confused as to what's gone on here, but I guess I could give it a try.
Kill it!
It'll,
Say kill it!
the gold pools and collects on your chest as a deputy sheriff's badge. Both of you, for the record.
God bless you.
All right. Does
Someone's
that
got it.
end your turn, Oliver?
Oh, my turn, yeah, but someone can use their reaction right now to mess up this thing's day.
Ah.
I'm a round away from becoming a jelly jar. Do something!
Which one of you are going to take your reaction to attack him then?
I've already
Right.
used mine.
Oh, you did? Oh, you already used your.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, I'll do it then. No. Jeez. 13.
Man, these dice are not fair to you. Wait a minute. Did you actually roll?
Oh.
No, that was the 13 from last time. You got a period before
Oh,
that one.
okay. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, there we go.
Still not very good to you.
I might break out real dice.
Yeah, do it. All right. Moving on to Guy.
Oh gosh.
You get-
Well, I guess I could give it a shot here.
Get
I'll,
4 more temp HP.
Okay, cool. Guy is going to like turn the curve of the blade downward and just like leap off the shoulders and use them to kind of slow his fall as he drags downward. It's a 7, and my offhand is fuck me. Neither of those is
Yeah,
gonna hit.
as you jump up to kind of scrape down his back, you actually get a forearm across your face, and he spins and knocks you into the wall behind him, knocking you right there.
Oh gosh, that's gonna leave a mark in the morning. Not good for the sciatica.
And as he does that, he turns and kind of looms and snarls over you, but we are going to jump back to Sarah.
Truly, this is the dankest dungeon.
To Sarah. Or
You're muted.
Agatha.
All right. So you've brought me here, and I'm not really sure. Why all this?
While what?
The coffee, the room. All I did was a little bit of a dispelling magic. I thought perhaps you were under some assumption that, or rather some influence, so you couldn't just tell me what I needed to know to solve this mystery. But now I realize you were just, lost in a world of your own making. But why have you brought me here?
bringing you here was maybe an overreaction, but I think I just wanted to talk. You having some sort of connection to the arcane, regardless of what that connection is, surely you understand stewardship of our powers. And I think I just wanted someone to confide in.
Have you been alone here this entire time?
The other members of the Eight don't talk to me anymore.
And why is that?
Well, they don't. None of us talk to each other at all. Ever since Elaine died, it's just too much to bear. You would think that we would seek comfort in each other, but every time we turned to look, all we saw was her. And so I left and went to find my way on my own, but it just ended up being the same. I still feel alone. I don't know what to do.
Well, now that I understand that there's not really been a murder so much as just a violent dispelling of magics, perhaps you could return me to my companions and you could come with. There certainly isn't anything here for you. And I certainly could use help. In my own motives.
Are you suggesting that I come back to...
The world you saved? Yes, Jazarias, this is exactly what I'm suggesting. That you stop living separate from the thing that you gave everything to protect. Because I know it doesn't feel right, and it certainly doesn't bring you peace, but it's all that you have left. And there are people like myself more than willing to let you make a mark in this new world. Instead of chasing ghosts of the old one.
I will consider it.
Consider it. I must be losing my spark. Most of the time, I just tell people something and they go with it.
Well, it's hard to abandon the past on a whim. But I've done it before. That's why I left in the first place. So many years ago. Perhaps you're right. Perhaps it is time for me to rejoin the world I saved.
What would you do if this town had still existed? If it hadn't been destroyed? You would have just lived here.
Perhaps.
What did you hope to do before you joined the Eight? Well, that's all right. Because you see, the nice thing about living is you figure it out as you go.
Okay. I mean, if we are talking about leaving the past behind, then I assume that what I would have wanted to do before I have changed so much would be irrelevant, or less relevant. Maybe it's
Or
time
just-
for me to just think about someone other than me.
Are we in a trust tree here, Jezarias? You seem to have brought me to a place where I'm assuming it's just us. We can freely discuss what our thoughts and feelings.
Yes.
And I have your word that whatever I say here, it will stay between the two of us.
You have my word.
All my life, all I've wanted to do is protect people. And I'll admit the way that I've gone about it is a bit odd and, quite frankly, underappreciated. But it is something that we have to try to do. Because no one else will do it. I don't have to tell you that. You are one of the 8. And I wish I could say that, good job, well done, you've done it, and it's over, and now you can live a hero's life. But that's not real, now is it? Certainly not been my experience. Those who work and do a good job are expected to work and do a better job the next time around. So, how about... Oh, how about this? You come out with me, we rendezvous with the companions that have come from several different agencies, or, you know, I'm pretty sure Guy thinks that this is some kind of game, that it's just a bit of a show. I really think he thinks we're actors. At first I thought he was just, you know, having a bit of a lark, but I really think he thinks that. And perhaps we can, once we convince them that everything here is all right, whether through my deception or your truth, then we can leave and I can show you what I really do. And you can decide if that's worth trying for yourself.
All right, then.
Brilliant. Now, does this fancy room have a door directly to them, or are we going to have to walk?
He just reaches out a hand.
It's going to be all right, Jezarias. You're not alone anymore. And she takes his hand.
We're going to switch back over to the fight, and I'm going to reveal what the deck of TPK things
Woo! Exciting.
Thank you so much. Was there anything else in chat that I've missed that I need to know about? I saw it in like the little chat box on the display. So
Not from what I can see, no.
awesome.
I think somebody bought me, I think somebody bought me like 4 or 5 D4 worth of healing.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I'm not
Yes.
allowed to buy that.
Thank you, paying back Fazul. What now?
Okay. TPK things. I rolled a 2.
So do you draw the second card in the deck?
Could it get you advantage and do better?
Nope.
Summon the Tarrasque.
I rolled a 2, which is the Dreadnought. If this card is pulled, the current or next combat will be exponentially harder. The GM will choose the main antagonist of the fight and increase its stats in the following ways: +2 AC, +50 health, +2d8 necrotic damage to all attacks, and it gains advantage on saving throws against magical effects.
We're level 5.
Yep.
We're
And this
I thought the TPK.
this
I thought
wonderful card brought to you by yours truly. So let's
God
fucking
damn.
fight.
No.
All right, that's the way you're gonna fucking play it.
Next is the Knoll. And you see that his wounds are beginning to re-knit.
Mm-hmm.
And you also see that he seems to be bolstered a bit by the chaotic energy that is happening.
He started with regeneration. Jesus fucking Christ.
Okay. And its attentions are on you, Guy, and he is going to kind of run up and slash down and then grab and try to bite through your arm. So first things first, we're going to do a claw attack. 20 to hit.
Yeah.
Plus... not great. So 9 points of slashing damage and 6 points of necrotic damage.
Oh.
Then he is going to attempt to bite you as well. A 27 to hit.
Yeah. Oh god. Oh crap.
And that's going to be 14 points of piercing damage and 18 points of necrotic damage.
I would like to uncanny dodge.
Okay. So that reduces it to a
7,
total
9,
of
16.
Yeah, 7 plus. So yeah, total of 16. Yeah. Even my math
Oh
ability is
golly.
off.
Oh crap. Please don't bite me. I am very fragile.
And as it kind of almost bites completely through Guy's arm, it whips its head around and looks towards both of you. And now it is Minion's turn.
I roll away from the knoll, reload my crossbow, come up onto a knee, 5. A natural 20.
Yay!
And I didn't even go with the real dice. Thank you, roll 20, finally. So it's a 30.
Woo!
Yeah.
How do you guys do critical?
You will double the dice damage.
Double dice, okay. Alright, and out of curiosity, with a heavy crossbow, it has that loading property. Does that mean I can only fire it once around?
Yeah.
Unless you have crossbow expert.
Okay, alright. Slash. And I only double the die, right? Not the bonus.
Correct.
Or I only. Yeah, so I'll do 16 damage.
Okay. 16 damage, pretty good.
And I had a load, so that's it.
Okay. All right. And what's his face? Phil is going to rush up and do a flying overhead downward slash with his axe. We'll see if he is able to. No, that's not what I want. Should really just use my physical dice. No. Phil's not going to hit. He stumbles past and then goes into a roll. Up next is Oliver.
Yeah. Shit on the biscuit. Sorry, I'm just looking at one thing. Charm by you at the end of the next round. No, it's not gonna work. So instead, I'm going to again pull out another writ, and this time it's gonna form up into a red ribbon badge as he reads onto it, and he's gonna push his hand onto jeez, blanking on names, onto Minion. That's gonna be 2nd level cure wounds. So that's 2d8 plus 4. I'll roll that real quick for you. Oh, come on. 7 healing. Oh boy. And I'm going to just sidestep a little bit. If this Noah is gonna lock eyes onto me, I'm gonna meet it dead on and just like, come on now, come get me. I'm big and juicy. Look at me. I might be a stool or something.
All right. Is that your turn, Oliver?
Yeah, but I'm gonna just take my full move, so I'll but staying on map, of course, just over here. Hopefully
Okay.
bait it out.
Guy, you are up. Oliver, did you disengage?
Super didn't know.
Okay. He's going to take an attack of opportunity at you. And that is... Excuse me. Yep. Okay. That is going to be...
You also have disadvantage on this roll, it looks like.
Yep.
I do.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, well, a 10's not going to hit, so that's fine.
Okay. I'm getting back up.
Oh,
I
did you get another
just
+4 at
wanted
the start of your turn?
I did now, yeah.
Yeah, good.
Looks like I'll be needing to take another vacation after this vacation. This time I bring the kids. And he cracks his back and kind of straightens out. Kind of starts to hop from one foot to the other. And then just starts, like, speed bagging the back of this creature's meat. Oh, yeah? Bad. Real bad. Real bad. Oh, does the 22 hit?
A 22 will hit. Absolutely.
All right, there's that, and then that.
13 points of
so
damage.
13 points of slashing damage.
All right.
And his movement speed is slowed again as I cut his Achilles. I don't know.
Okay. Are you using your bonus action to attack as well?
Yeah, those were both attacks. I missed on my first one.
Oh, I see. I gotcha. Okay. All right. Is that the end of your turn?
It is.
Okay. He had turned towards Oliver and Minion. Oliver ran away, so Minion.
There's a distinct difference. I baited him.
What exactly did you do to bait him?
I looked him dead in the eye, like, a challenging way, and then I said I might be a stool because it seems to like biting reanimated furniture.
I'm sorry, you said you looked him dead in the eye?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Is this to avoid being charmed?
No.
Could you say yes instead so I can feel clever?
Nope.
All right. Constitution saving throw. Oh, boy. Oh. That's a 5.
You are now poisoned for 24 hours.
For looking him in the... Oh, boy.
Yeah, null vampires are no fucking joke, guys. I designed this combat for 4 people. Actually for 5, but it's fine.
Well, we have a whole army of people because we have chats behind us.
Yeah, chat.
We have mass healing. We have mass healing word level 4 coming our way.
Well, let's see if we need that real quick.
You just had to give therapy to a god, didn't you, Sarah?
Minion, that is a 20 to hit.
20 to hit me?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 60.
That is going to be 16 points of damage.
Hey, here's the question though. All this healing coming from chat, do I get that first?
You can take it at any time.
Well, I'll take it now. I need it now.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, what do I get? Let's say, what am I getting here? You calculate all this. Can I take? I think there's. All right, I'm gonna roll a bunch of. I'm just gonna roll a bunch of dice and take.
I'm gonna roll this handful of dice, and we're gonna see what I get.
So we got a mass healing word, so everyone gets one healing word.
Healing word at level 4, it says.
And how much is that?
Mass healing word level 4. Okay. Mass healing word level 4 is going to be 2d4, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah. So everyone gets 2d4 plus 4 because wisdom.
2d4 plus 4, and Sir Heck gave some as well, so I got 8.
Yeah, that's
okay. So the mass healing word, Luca, saved my life. So 16 damage.
Yes.
I'm still up.
How are you looking right now?
I've got 2 hit points left. After the mass healing word prevented me from going down. But
Okay. So you're looking pretty
And you-
rough. I think he's gonna run after Oliver.
ha. Exactly as planned.
So Minion and Guy, you both get attacks of opportunity.
Reactions.
I'm
Take
actually-
this.
I got
Fuck
one.
you.
Oh, awesome.
It might be time to switch platforms.
I want to. Yeah. I'm gonna find another dice roll. Fuck you, D&D Beyond.
Just use Google.
Sending
Google,
a glitter
please.
bomb to Adam Bradford's house.
Fazul, let me know what you roll.
Well, sorry, I'll just reply in the chat.
Oh,
What am I rolling again? My apologies.
an attack
Yeah,
of opportunity.
opportunity attack.
Oh, attack of opportunity now. Okay, I'll get that now. That's awesome. I'm going to. So Hunter's Mark is a reaction. Can I fire that off? No, I guess I can't fire that off first. I'm just going to fire the crossbow.
Okay,
There.
that works.
It's my best weapon. Okay,
Oh,
21 to hit.
21 will definitely hit. Go ahead and roll some damage.
Damage going here. 12 damage.
12 damage.
And the damage from the crossbow is magical. I don't know if that makes a difference in terms of its regeneration, but
I mean, not in terms of regeneration, but, you know, if I was running this vampire how I technically should, then it would make a difference.
Yep.
Oliver, it's gonna run up, and it's like on all fours. You can almost see its entire visage kind of turn hyena-like as it bounds towards you and tries to latch onto you with a bite.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-mm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I forgot to ask. Is anyone wearing perfume?
I did dry soap behind my ears on Miss Larkwood's comments.
Like specifically perfume.
Oh
Perf-
gosh, no, I'm allergic to this stuff. Wouldn't put it on me.
Okay.
Break out in
Just
hives.
yeah, just the powdered stuff. I didn't.
There's
We
some-
were working.
Listen, there's some crazy fucking stuff on this stat block, guys. Let's see.
I smell like the mountains. Have some pine.
Bite.
Very
They
good.
smell like a freshly opened book.
Does a
it's been
19
lightly
hit,
sneezed in.
Oliver?
A 19 to hit. That'll lock it in. Yeah.
All right. Let's do.
Oh, you don't have to do anything.
Let's do 35 points of damage.
Sure.
Now that none of that would happen to be a spell. Now would it?
Nope.
Okay.
Remember that this was buffed, guys. It's
I
supposed to be this
remember,
bad.
and now I'm curious if I could activate my
get my mass healing word in real quick. Like,
Oh,
so how
very
much
good.
was that?
35.
Okay, I'm at 11 health. Because I went to 0 and then back up.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
I
Oh,
think
wait,
we
I'm sorry. You went to 0?
Yes,
Okay.
DM. I went
Uh,
to 0 health points when it bit me.
As you go to 0, it enters a frenzy, turns on its heel, rushes back up to Minion, and makes a bite attack. Using
Do
its,
I got an opportunity attack?
No, because you went down.
All right. But I got back up
Well.
again. You can't keep me down.
Never gonna keep you down.
No whiskey
So
drink.
Minion, I'm sorry.
Just pissing the night
Well,
away, man.
we have like what do we got here? 400 bits from Sir Heck that we can divvy up as we like. Have we done that yet?
I don't know, but
Unless you rolled it.
Minion, that is a natural 1 to hit, so he will not hit you.
Oh, oof. I'm just rolling on the ground, like die. I'm just desperately trying to stay away from this thing.
And that is going to be the end of his turn. And Minion, you are up.
Reload and fire the crossbow.
All right. Let's do this thing.
It's a 23
Oh, yeah, 23 definitely hits.
and 14 damage.
Ooh, nice shot. All right, this one goes straight into his shoulder, kind of pinning his shoulder up into his lower skull, and you can see that he's looking hurt, not quite bloodied yet, but definitely looking pretty bad.
All right.
Is that the end of your turn? Minion?
Yeah, that is. Yeah, I have to reload, take a round of action to reload it. So.
All right. Phil's turn. Phil is going to cower in the corner back here. He's terrified. And Oliver, you are up.
Okay. Wondering where our companions are. But I'm just gonna gonna pop it. I'm gonna again pull out yet another scroll. This one is just gonna read aloud, and mass healing words is gonna pop as golden light sparks and circles and knits into everyone's wounds.
Do you move? Do you move to a point where you can see everyone?
Yeah, I'll do that. There you go. Everyone gets 5 because I can roll no more than 1 on a 1d4.
Oof.
But if someone wants to use their reaction to make an attack on that knoll, I would not be opposed because I still have words of authority, voice of authority rather.
Yeah, Minion, you would be the only one in range, so go ahead and make an attack of opportunity.
Okay.
Just a reaction to attack, I think, not an attack of opportunity.
Oh,
No, I mean, it's like almost.
can I cast the Hunter's Mark? It's a reaction spell.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you want to do that, that's fine.
Yeah, it's going to give me an extra die 6.
Especially considering this is favored enemy.
Okay.
All right. Is that the end of your turn?
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. I know. I give people the ability to do things, and I don't do too much myself. But yeah, bonus actions. I'm a little limited. So, oh wait, matching the word is a bonus action.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, I'm still very limited. Touch. 30 feet.
Sorry. Nope. I got no cantrips there. No one's dying, right? Real quick.
Not currently.
That could change in a turn.
That's right. One turn away from the grave.
Can I hold my Spare the Dying then? Oh, that's touch. Dang. Yeah. I'm just. I'll use. No, never mind. I'm good.
All right.
I got nothing. I just take damage spells. Nothing.
Let's move on to Guy then. Guy, you're up.
Okay, well, I guess I'm just gonna limp on forward towards this irregular knoll here. And I'm gonna go ahead and give him what for with my forward stabbing motions and just say, alright, fuck you! Does a 16 hit this son of a bitch?
It does not, unfortunately.
Alright. I'm gonna sneak up on him with my opposite hand, and does an 18 hit this son of a bitch?
It does not, unfortunately.
I wish I had saved.
Do you have a +2 or anything like that?
Not at the moment. Unless my name is Fazul.
Would you like?
Can I give him my +2?
Would you like me to be a benevolent DM?
You can be whatever.
Oh, if
DM
you
feel.
would.
Go ahead and roll that with advantage, Guy.
What happened?
I moved you so that you're flanking.
Oh, we have flanking rules?
Yeah,
You should have said so, buddy.
I'm sorry. A 20
Does
will hit. Go ahead
A
and roll the
20
second
hit?
one.
What about the other one? It's garbage.
No.
Let's go ahead and roll the damage for the one. One? Where's my fucking sneak attack? 1 and 2? Is this a joke? All right. I rolled a grand total of 9 damage.
It's better than nothing, and
The age of my youngest daughter, Ty.
at this point,
Her name's Chelsea.
oh,
Oh.
Her older brother Zachary is looking after her right now.
are
Don't
you
orphan them.
are you appealing to the GM sensibilities here?
Yeah, they are 16 and 7, and my late wife Mary Ann's not around to look after them no more. So just remember that if you kill me, then you're orphaning 2 innocent children back. in
As
this.
you stab into its side, you actually puncture quite a bit, and you can tell that it is now. It's like haggard. It's starting to breathe a lot heavier. It is bloodied in this moment, but as you pull the short sword, right? Short sword, out again, it turns at you, reaches up a claw, and everything pauses for a moment as there's this ripple tear in the air behind you in the alleyway. And 2 figures step out. One of which you know is Agatha. The other...
However, I have a request, GM.
Yes.
Agatha knew she was coming through here, so she would have altered her appearance slightly, concerned that she needed to get somewhere quick, to let them know, because she doesn't know what they got up to, and Bale was really curious about those knoll footprints. So she doesn't know what she's coming into. However, Agatha, as she steps through, her skirts will be billowing and her hair will be down. Her eyes will be glowing and there'll be 2 spectral wings behind her as she's taken her radiant soul visage as an Aasimar, action coming through the gate. That's all. So it's Agatha, but she looks different.
And as Agatha pulls through this portal, displaying this celestial nature, you watch as the knoll just kind of winces for a second, turns its attention towards her, bounds forward, so anyone that's near it can take an attack of opportunity.
Oh yeah, that's me. Oh! So close.
Oh.
25 to hit.
And Minion, you can also take an attack of opportunity.
Okay.
12 will
That's-
not hit, unfortunately. Alright, so 8 damage.
Hold on, here it comes. 16 total damage. And also, his move speed is 0.
0?
I have the Sentinel feat.
Okay, so he ends up being like right here. Okay. He like lunges forward trying to get to Agatha, and you hold him back. And so he turns and he makes one claw attack at you, Bright.
Yep. Shouldn't have taken this feat. I regret it.
Does 16 hit?
Yes.
Oh.
Damn it, nasty leather.
That's going to be 17 points of damage.
Jesus Christ. Nope, I can't use it because I already used my. Well, what is that? Is that a thing that just happens? Is
What?
Uncanny Dodge a reaction?
It's a thing that just happens. Like you get it
You
back.
can use your reaction to have it. Yeah, I have to use my reaction. Though.
Yeah.
So it doesn't work because I already used it.
Are you
The
down?
spirit bell, can I step between it and take it?
I'm alive. I'm okay. I'm all right.
Oh, you're
He's up. He's
I'm
up.
all right.
The bite, however, is going to come down, and as it reaches down, there is a kind of, you feel this like weird shuddering sensation as time stops in the world. As the other figure that steps out of the portal forces a hand forward, and you see this like giant array of arcane glyphs and imagery starting to unfold around him as Jezariah Elaine, the wizard, steps out of the portal and casts Time Stop. And you all see this happen because he's designated you as allies, but he walks up to the knoll, grabs it by the scruff of the neck, kind of pulls it down, and as he takes his other hand and kind of waves it about, slams his hand down into the knoll's chest, and the knoll turns into a jar of jam. Oh, you muted, Sarah.
It seems you're all right here. This was a bit unnecessary, all this hullabaloo. Oh, well, color me embarrassed. I just figured if I had to walk, it would be better to, take another way, but now it seems like I was making a fuss for nothing. Oh, except you are looking rather... Oh, you're looking not great. And Agatha is going to... Are we out of combat?
We are
successfully?
out of combat.
She's going to go ahead and cast Aid. Let's see, at second level, so she can target each of you. So you all get an increase of 5 hit points. Who's still looking really bad? Who's the worst off right now?
I have 2 hit points. Let's put all our cards on the table.
I have 14.
I have
Okay.
16. I'll be fine. I can also
Yeah,
help
with-
with healing.
Oh, wait.
Seeing Bale, she's gonna kind of hover over, her feet just kind of touching down as she gets next to you, Bale, and she'll put a hand on you, restoring 5 hit points. Just like, it's not like she casts a spell, her hands just like immediately heal, and she'll kind of look down at you and say, I'm sorry, I got a bit delayed, some light kidnapping. I will be included in my report, but it seems it's all over now. So
I should have known that you didn't need rescuing. Thanks
Oh,
for
no.
coming to our rescue.
You're welcome. I'm sorry that it took time. Again, just a little bit off my game, I suppose.
Seems fine to me.
And who exactly is this? You doing all right, guy? You got a bit of.
Oh, yes. I'm so sorry. I've been quite rude. This is Jezarias. He is one of the 8.
One of the 8.
Yes. He has been observing the phenomenon happening in this town, you see. It seems that there was an illusion cast here. The people that we are have been assisting have been living meaningful lives. However, some of them are illusions of animated objects. Elias was one such object, and Jezarias here was assisting in solving that case. Isn't that right, Jezarias?
Yes. Yes,
So-
I'm sorry for the troubles that you have all experienced since you have been here, and the strangeness. I have a large part in all of that, and I can explain at some point, but if you wouldn't mind, I would like some time to say goodbye to the town before we leave. I'm assuming that now that the case has been dismissed or solved, that all of you will be leaving.
Well, the hope was to set up, connections here, but.
Oh, that won't be necessary.
That'd be necessary or possible, given there's no one here.
All of them?
There's not.
There's no one here.
Well, at least that thing wasn't turning people into chairs.
And no, that would be quite outside the realm of that thing's capabilities. But seeing as Jezarias, I believe we will be giving you some time with the remaining townspeople here. I can take these helpful folk aside, and we can discuss next steps, unless you have something else you would like to say to them directly.
No, it's best that they, if they are to continue on, I'm assuming that you will let those who I have given life continue to live. Right?
Of course, they are free to stay here. The Face organization will be happy to know that there is work to be done here, perhaps. There are some that could hazard the journey and start a new life here. It would be possible for the current townsfolk to assist. Knowing some of the old infrastructure, where to get water, where the best meals are. Granted, it might have changed over the last 30 years, but it is better than nothing.
Miss Larkwood, I hate to interrupt the clearly very kind gesture. You mentioned that Mr. Jezrais, again, pleasure to meet you, was looking into the illusions, and now he mentions that he caused them. There seems to be discrepancies between your two stories. We could.
Oh no, it seems that you just misheard.
I don't tend to do that, actually.
I think you might find that you absolutely have. You see, he was here investigating the phenomenon himself. Isn't that right?
Yes.
See, nothing to further concern yourself with your what was the organization again? Something about fancy scales.
One of the gods that governs this plane of existence. Yes, the Scale Keeper.
Right. Perhaps you shall write to your organization that you have found everything in perfectly decrepit condition, but that is to be suspected.
I see.
It is all quite simple. There was
It
magics
is.
here in effect. They are no longer in effect. Those that you still see here are no longer under their effects and can continue thusly.
I'm not gonna let Face come in here and just run roughshod over this.
I beg your pardon.
But I'm not
It's
done.
Faces.
Faces. Sorry, I forgot about
The Frontier
support.
Agency of Children, for Children and Endless Support.
Yeah, I forgot about the support part because something else seemed to be endless here. I don't know what you're hiding behind. I don't know why you need to hide it. You're one of the
Who said
eight.
that I'm hiding anything?
I did, but
Well, that's rather accusatory.
it is.
After I've come here to help you with all of this. Not very gentlemanly, certainly.
However,
Mr. Bale, Mr. Nadi, do you have any issues that you
if
would
I
also
may, I would just like to say that whatever happened here didn't seem overall malicious. And I would be happy to make sure that the theocracy as it stands would be willing to assist.
Feel free to include that in your report.
As far as I'm concerned, he saved the world. I'm in no position to judge. I accept your findings.
Guy's gonna like scoot his butt along the ground over to a wall to prop himself up against in the alleyway. Oh God, Mr. Turnpin, this has probably been one of the worst murder mystery dinners I've ever been to. But off the record, you may want to go ahead and just throw your report in the garbage because the war bearers won't read it. And if you mention my name, and likely Miss Larkwood's name, they will they'll likely take your report and burn it before it reaches anyone else's eyes. And I'm here to basically ensure that my name gets mentioned so that they burn it so that it reaches no one else's eyes. But
What are you talking about?
thank you all for the good time. Oh,
Oh
and he
no,
sits
no,
down.
I have some further questions for you.
Oh
What
no,
authority?
that
I'm
sounds
sure you
awful
do, Miss Larkwood.
accusatory. That
No, I
sounds
just have
awful
questions.
accusatory now, Miss Larkwood.
I'm sure
no,
you have
curiosity.
thousands of questions, Miss Larkwood.
Could
but
you all just set the politics aside?
the fact of the matter is that I am not inclined to answer any of them, nor am I obligated to. But if you'd like to question further, please send it to my superiors at the office, and I will hand her a card that has my superior's name, address, and the seal of the war bearers in the center of it.
What's the title on there?
Does it have a title, Ty?
I think it just says accountant.
I've been looking for some bookkeeping services. I will keep this in my retainer. And she will slip the card seemingly into a skirt pocket with a very wry smile on her face.
This is all I know. This road now leads to a town that doesn't really exist. But you're one of the 8. If you ask, if you put out the word, people will come. They will resettle this place. It will be alive again. You understand that, don't you? Your power isn't in the magic that you wield. It's in the accomplishments. You have the power to restore life for real here, and not just chairs and jars of jelly. And I think you should, because a road that that leads nowhere is a road that'll never be traveled.
Wise words.
Finally getting up to his feet, Guy will walk past Bale, pat him on the shoulder, and say, "It's jam, buddy." And he walks away and starts leaving town.
And we will pan out from there. I'm assuming everybody kind of gathers back together in a coalition to make their way out of town and back towards civilization. Jezariah says goodbye to his childhood home, once a bustling center of trade and prosperity, ruined by the Inversion and possibly by things other before or after. And apparently a person's power does not lie in their magical ability, but in the connections and events that make them famous and what they do with it. I think that's pretty cool. And that's where we're going to end tonight's session. Curious Case of the Murderous Jelly Jar. I hope all of you had as much fun as I did. It was very fun DMing for the four of you for the first time. Very cool, very cool. Love that. But before we leave, thank you, chat, for sticking around and being so awesome. Let's go around one more time, starting with Sarah, and close out.
Hi, I am Osarix Franco. I played Agatha Karina Larkwood, the Asimar, sorcerer. This was a lot of fun. Thank you so much for inviting me to this very cool one-shot. I had just a ton of fun. It was such a cool mystery. I loved the turns and all of the things. I will have many thoughts and opinions. But if you go to the actual outro stuff, you can find me on Twitch and Twitter at Osarix Franco. And on Twitch, we've been playing Tales of Arise, just here and there and everywhere. So you can come check that out as I intermittently stream. I do a variety of TTRPG content, both here on TBK Roleplay and over at Nat20. You can find me here on Tuesday in the morning. I believe it's at 11 Pacific Standard Time for Flabbergasted, a very special one-shot GM'd by Luca, and I'm very, very excited for that. It should be a lot of fun. And then you can find me this Saturday in the morning in Dark Echoes, A Curse of Strahd campaign, and in the evening for the epilogue episode of The Bard's Refrain, as we say goodbye to the story and the characters there, GM'd by yours truly. It'll be a lot of fun. After that, we've got Harper's. Next Wednesday, we have Against the Tides. And then on the 4th, I'm running a very special one-shot, Too Swift, Too Vicious, as we return for a sequel to the thing that I thought would only be a one-shot, but now has a very cool system that we're going to try out. So come check that out as well. Again, huge shout out to Ty for running a phenomenal game, and thanks to everybody else at the table for having me. It's been a lot of fun. Pushing it up and over to Fazul.
I'm Fazul. Ty, I love twists, so of course, great twist in the game tonight. That was awesome. It was an honor to be on this side of the screen. In terms of, out of curiosity, the Undead Knoll, did you come up with the stat block? I know you're a stat block monster.
No, that is
okay.
that is 100% on D&D Beyond. You can find it. It's CR8 Undead. It's a really interesting stat block. It's got a lot of weird stuff in there, like it has disadvantage if it smells perfume.
Oh, I was wondering why you were asking that.
I don't know where that comes from, but that's just fun.
So I am here on the 26th. I'm going to be GMing a one-shot based in the world of Jurassic Park. So there are going to be first of all, it's an amazing cast that are going to be chased around by T-Rexes and Velociraptors, and there is absolutely going to be a twist in that adventure. I guess so. Now over to over to Bright.
Oh my. Hi, everybody. My name's Bright. You can find me on all forms of social media under Bright Dystopia. I'm a variety streamer and voiceover actor and ambassador for Jasper's Game Day. Tonight, I played nobody, and you can prove nothing to the contrary. This was awesome. Thanks, Ty, for being for me sitting on your side of the table this time. We played on the same side. Now we're on opposite ends, and that was the best.
Yeah, that's fun.
And then I will also be October 4th, being too fast and too vicious, too swift, too furious, angry and speedy. I will be on the 4th in Sarah's game. Sitting on the other end of the table is another kooky character. Ulforig Svars something. I wrote it down. I don't remember.
It's
Come
crazy.
see.
I can't even begin to try and say it. It's absurd.
Come find out so that I will learn it together. But if you are someone who knows the difference between jelly and jam, come find me on the internet. I'll be waiting. And I'll throw it over to Turk.
Can't jelly your anyway.
Bastard.
Hey everybody, I am Turk, or Turk Extended on Twitch and Twitter. I was playing the who even knows hat wearing border cleric, Oliver Turnpin, and yeah, obviously Ty fucking knocked out of the park again. This is a lot of fun. Thank you so much for having me. Get to do murder mystery things and be completely wrong, and it's very fun. But what kind of object was Phil? I have to know now. For more of me, we just finished today our campaign of Only War in His Divine Name on Neon Lights Roleplay, so be sure to check out that VOD. They will be recording another session of Core Hearts, our Overarms campaign there, so when that comes out, be excited. Then on Tuesday, we'll be kicking off episode 1 of Odyssey of the Dragonlords campaign, Oath Swarm. Damn it, Oath Swarm, not Oath Swarm. Chat has ruined me. Should be a lot of fun, Greek mythology and epic battles, but of course everything has to start out somewhere. So beyond that, we'll be there in Dark Echoes this Saturday, as well as the Bard's Refrain. There for Harper's, and then the 29th it will be on this side, fighting in another sci-fi shoot 'em up within the Aliens campaign, the Hubris of Man. That's of course GM by Meg. It'll be a whole lot of fun. If you love Aliens, you're gonna absolutely love it. And then I'll also be there for the Swift and Vicious as Chris Faust, to remind myself of his name, and fitting that I'm playing a cowboy tonight because his experience was basically a country song. Anyway, right down to losing your car. Good thing you didn't have a dog. But yeah, that's going to be it for me. Throw it back to you, Ty.
And I have been Tyrant. You can find me on Twitch and Twitter at Dr. Tyrant. This will probably be the last game that I GM for probably a little while. Maybe look out for more in the winter Christmassy season. But a lot of my time right now is taken up by law school, and honestly, I squeaked by with this one, so we'll see if I can fit any more in. But as for games that I am playing in, where I don't have to prepare as much, this coming up Saturday will be in the return of Dark Echoes, Curse of Strahd campaign. Super fun, super dark, kind of spooky. Definitely spooky. Come check it out if you're into that kind of thing. And then the Wednesday after that, I will be over on Nat 20 for Against the Tides. It's Against the Tides, right? Or is it Beyond the Tides? I can't remember anymore. Oh my god.
It's Against the Tides.
It's Against the Tides. Yeah, it's Against the Tides. That's right. And Against the Tides, where we're time jumping, temporal distortion maniacs that are just there to fix things. I don't know. I don't know. We're figuring things out. It's gonna be crazy. And then that's about it. My workload for stream and TTRPGs has gone down significantly, but I enjoy every second that I can possibly get with these fine individuals and all of the other people that I play with. So even though I can't be here, all of you definitely should be. TPK has an enormous amount of content all the time, and heading into spooky season, it's just going to ramp up further and further and further. So definitely come check it out. We got some awesome stuff coming up, some awesome campaigns starting, a lot of cool one-shots, mini campaigns, stuff that I am like so sad that I cannot be in. But it's gonna be cool. And remember that your actions affect other people, and what you do with your privilege also does too. Be the shining light in the world that you wish there was. And we'll see you next time. Peace, y'all.